Hidden beneath the surface of the ground are narratives, vaster than the ages and the depths of legend. Symbols of long-lost towns that were either engulfed by vegetation, submerged by waters, or carved in a stone long before recorded history existed. This is not a work of fiction. These are genuine riddles that have been passed down through the ages, hinted at in artifacts, and left all over the globe like shattered puzzle pieces. The rise and fall of civilizations that occurred long before school curricula included lessons on the subject of time. During a time when technology seemed to outpace architecture, discordant with one another, and with information that ought to have been inaccessible. Get comfortable, turn off your phone, and come with us as we investigate some of the most mysterious and terrifying pre-flood societies that have ever been found. A hill in southeastern Turkey was long dismissed as an insignificant geological feature. Unassuming and buffeted by the wind, it rested serenely above the plains, its mysteries concealed beneath the earth and the passage of time. The natives gave it the name Göbekli, which means pot-belly hill, having no idea that the same soil it rested on would alter the course of human history. Archaeologists working under Klaus Schmidt's direction started digging at the site in the mid-1990s, and the artifacts they found were completely unprecedented in the contemporary era. Massive stone pillars adorned with bizarre animals and abstract motifs sprang from the ground in massive circular shapes. Those rocks weren't lying around or formed by nature. The architecture was purposeful, antiquated, and deliberately built. The webpage. The temple complex at Göbekli is currently thought to be the world's oldest known temple complex. Built about 9,500 years ago, it predates not only the Great Pyramids and Stonehenge, but also the development of agriculture by over 1,000 years. At that point, the riddle starts. Someone constructed Göbekli while people were still nomadic, without towns, writing, or religion in its modern sense. They extracted enormous limestone columns, some of which weighed 20 tons or more. They carved elaborate designs of foxes, lions, snakes, and birds, and set them up in rings that were meticulously lined and organized. A profound familiarity with building techniques and symbolic expression is hinted at by the site's complexity. In an age apparently characterized by rudimentary equipment and nomadic lifestyle, how did the builders manage to complete such a monumental task? The conventional wisdom is wary. According to this theory, a civilization on the verge of a major shift constructed Göbekli. Categories of nomadic people making the transition to a more stable farming lifestyle. Some contend that the construction of a temple occurred before farming. On the one hand, it disproves the long-held notion that religion developed out of agriculture. Can you imagine if the situation was reversed? Is it possible that farming originated from a need to worship, congregate, or perform rituals? Everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization is subtly turned upside down by this notion. However, that is hardly the end of the inquiries. One of the things that makes Göbekli so interesting is that it was laid to rest. Sometime after its construction or subsequent occupants purposefully filled in the enormous enclosures with soil, rubble, and trash after centuries of use. No one knows why this was done. Were the burial rites an effort to keep something holy? On the other hand, was something being concealed, something too strong, too risky, too enigmatic to be understood by subsequent generations? The carvings of symbolic meaning into the stones serve simply to heighten the mystery. Species of animals in unusual poses, unusual geometric forms, and what seem like humanoid creatures with their hands folded. A definitive interpretation has yet to be reached for any of them. These, according to some scholars, are the first manifestations of cosmology. Ancient legends permanently imprinted on stone. Some go even farther, speculating on celestial alignments that could reveal ancient stellar knowledge we didn't think people possessed during that period. The Vulture Stone, or Pillar 43, is one of the stones that has garnered the most interest. It has a humanoid figure without a head, birds, and a scorpion. A number of. Consider it a celestial chart, Maybe even a representation of a comet strike or a massive calamity, a relic from an era when the planet may have undergone a transformation. And now we enter the pre-flood hypothesis's domain stealthily. A huge flood, or deluge, was supposedly the end of the world's civilizations according to several old stories. The flood is a recurring theme in many different cultures and mythologies, from the Gilgamesh epic to the Noah account, from Hindu scriptures to Mesoamerican traditions, and so on. Many decades. There are those who think Göbekli is the last surviving member of a civilization that perished in such kind of disaster. An unnamed people who lived in the darkness long before history was written left this temple as a hushed testament to their presence. Without a doubt, the concept is theoretical. Even though mainstream archaeology is cautious about making assumptions, the date is intriguing. An abrupt climate shift that caused enormous changes to weather patterns and sea levels around the world occurred shortly after the Younger Dust ended, and this is when the Göbekli Sea period began. A number of the worldwide flood tales may have been influenced by this catastrophe, which occurred between 10,000 and 9,600 BCE, according to scholars. In that case, Göbekli might be more than just a holy spot. It could be a relic from a bygone era. Still, there aren't many answers provided by the site itself. Despite its enormous size and sophisticated craftsmanship, no artifacts such as tools, evidence of permanent settlements, tombs, or written language have been discovered in the area. All that remains are the circular stones, silent witnesses to a bygone era. It seems like the constructors arrived here solely to build this temple and then disappeared. Alternative theorists have also taken notice of the pillars due to the meticulousness with which they were carved and positioned. Is it possible that the builders used a long-lost technology, something more advanced than their stone hammers and wooden levers? Some bring out the technical difficulties of transporting such massive stones without the use of wheels or pack animals. Some wonder how a nomadic tribe could have managed such a massive undertaking without a central authority figure or setup. Some people think that the arrangement and symmetry are mathematical symbols, suggesting that the people of that time knew a lot more about geometry than we give them credit for. Some people, nevertheless, prefer to gaze above. The way the enclosures are arranged, the sculptures that appear to indicate heavenly bodies, and the legends that tell of wisdom falling from on high. Everything supports the idea of outside forces having an impact. Rumor has it that long-gone, long-forgotten beings dropped by with some wisdom to share before vanishing just as suddenly. Despite the lack of proof, such theories nonetheless manage to pique people's interest. Although they have been established, there is still a great deal that cannot be explained. More and more is being unearthed as the dig progresses. However, Göbekli is quite secretive about its code. Slightly at a time, the plot develops layer by layer, enclosure after enclosure. Still, the further we go, the more ancient it appears to be. Now, there are some archaeologists who think the site could be a component of a bigger complex, maybe even one that extends throughout the whole area. If confirmed, it would imply that the amount of time we have spent here is really little compared to what was once there. Regardless of who constructed it, forgotten hands or grandparents we never knew were capable of such genius. There's a subtle reality lurking beneath the mystique. The tale of humanity is more extensive, intricate, and lengthy than we give it credit for, as Göbekli shows. Even with all our knowledge and assurance, we are still dumbfounded by the how and why of the stones that were set up thousands of years ago. There is no language spoken by the temple, and no story, and yet it conveys a great deal. The fact that there were builders before to the builders is revealed by this. Whatever shape that faith took, it was strong enough to shift inertia. A recollection can endure in the stillness, carved into stone and buried beneath the soil, patiently anticipating the day when someone would pay attention. Maybe Göbekli's true gift is that. Not only does it make one wonder, but it also raises many questions. Yet another evidence that the past is far from over. We have yet to unravel that enigma, as well as the fact that the past isn't always as distant as it would appear. For decades, explorers, historians, and archaeologists have been trying to piece together what happened at a location off the shore of Pompeii, a little island in the faraway waters of Micronesia. A row of man-made islets rises stealthily from the calm lagoon of the ocean, forming walls, platforms, and enclosures with stacks of thousands of enormous basalt stones. These artifacts make up a huge, deserted metropolis that the tide and the jungle eventually ate away at. It is completely unique and goes by the name Nanmadol, named Venice of the East by many. Sea of Japan. The tidal canals, ceremonial courtyards, and stone channels of Nanmadol form a labyrinth. It was not constructed with brick and mortar, however, unlike Venice. Almost inconceivably precise stacking of basalt columns, some weighing up to 50 tons, formed its framework. Nearly 100 little islands support the structure, with individual sections perched on coral reefs just below the water surface. In all, the ruins cover an area of 200 acres, and their sheer size makes them feel like they are whispering secrets long since forgotten. In the absence of cranes, pulleys, and written plans are not present. Despite this, the metropolis emerged from the water. However, how was it constructed and by whom? Two brothers named Al-Supa traveled from a distant nation with a sacred mission to construct a temple of magic that would reach the stars, according to local tradition. The stones were supposedly moved and set in place by means of magical means, with the help of chants and ceremony. Stories like these, whether passed down through generations or just remembered, suggest a fantastical past when the islands were inhabited by giants or gods. Based on what we know from traditional archaeology, the Swordsler dynasty, a theocratic dynasty that dominated the island from about 1100 CE, may have constructed the site. However, there are immediate issues with this idea. The sheer amount of stone is the first consideration. More than 750,000 metric tons of basalt were reportedly moved across open water without the use of metal tools or the wheel. Across the island lies the closest basalt formation. How were these stones so precisely quarried, moved, and stacked? A number of scientists propose that log rollers or bamboo rafts were used to transport the stones across the lagoon. Some contend that if the coral bases had been laid more recently, they would have crumbled beneath the pressure of the basalt. The fact is that no one has ever been able to effectively replicate the procedure using the materials and methods that were supposedly accessible during that period. Finally, there are the remains. Nanmadol's Nandal, a walled enclosure where the great leaders once resided, is at its core, conducted rituals and lived their lives. Enclosing a holy compound, its approximately 25-foot-tall walls create a square. Burial chambers, courtyards, and lakes bordered by basalt line the interior. Although no one knows for sure, it is thought that one of these vaults holds the tomb of the first sword ruler. Navigating the waters around Nanmadol is challenging, and the ruins are mostly undisturbed. Much of the land has been returned to nature. Through fissures in the rock, mangroves sprout. Scrambling crabs dart across mossy paths. The city and all its mysteries are dissolving into the ocean. The peculiar positioning of Nanmadol is what makes it so peculiar. Stone couldn't be more conveniently moved because it wasn't constructed on land. No quarries or fertile land was near its construction. Each stone had to be painstakingly hauled to the site on the Atlantic reef where it was constructed. The tides laid every foundation. Except for some higher-level symbolic or ceremonial function, this choice isn't very sensible from a practical standpoint. There are many who hold the view that Nanmadol served as a sanctuary, a place distinct from the mundane. Some have speculated that it was actually a royal necropolis, a celestial metropolis built to commemorate rulers and their families dead. However, there are many who take it a step further and argue that the location was already there before the sword lure ever existed, and that subsequent inhabitants just repurposed it because they forgot what it was for. The argument is based on the same puzzling trend that has been observed at other ancient sites: the appearance of complex stone architecture before the society, apparently. could have made it? Is it possible that Nan Mol is the shoreline artifact of a long-vanished civilization? The city's sea erosion is used by those who believe in the pre-flood idea. Even the lowest stones have been soaked. A portion of the complex has been lowered to sea level due to subsidence and tidal creep. Erosiveness is a normal process, but the magnitude of the damage indicates that the structures might be considerably older than previously thought. The construction of Nanol would have taken place in a different age if the sea level had been lower at the time. Across the board, maybe all the way until the conclusion of the last glacial period. If this is the case, it would fit in with other mystifying megalithic monuments, such as the ones under the Gulf of Canby or the submerged temples of Mabalipurin. Buildings that seem to have been constructed during a period when coasts were much different and the last major glaciers were melting. Nevertheless, if this is so, then the question becomes, who constructed Nan Madol? There are a lot of opposing hypotheses that can be posited in response to this question. Evidence suggests a maritime, cross-Pacific civilization that disseminated spiritual concepts and building methods across great distances. Lemura, the legendary submerged continent that supposedly connected the Indian and Pacific Oceans in the past, is whispered about by some. Naturally, there are many who connect Nan Madol to the myth of Atlantis, a culture that was wiped out in the cataclysm and only known in ruins. Instead of accepting these ideas, mainstream academics appeal to factors like cultural spread and sluggish technological advancement. But nothing changes, Nan Madol does. Do not conform to any reasonable schedule. The magnitude, the setting, the seclusion. It doesn't belong anywhere. Because of the tidal canals that divide its islets, the very name, Nan Madol, signifies spaces between. This city straddles the boundary between the land and the water, between the past that is known and the past that has been forgotten. Despite its size, Nan Madol could only support populations of a few hundred. Neither was it a major city or a commercial hub. Neither production nor agriculture occurred there. It was a unique experience, that which was intended to be incorporated, which could be holy or taboo. This is borne out by the local legend. The citizens of Pompeii still hold Nan Mol in the highest esteem and fear him to this day. Legend has it that the sea gets enraged when strangers approach, that the stones still walk among them, and that those who stay too long either get sick or disappear. The warnings endure, whether in memory or myth, and maybe there's lyrical beauty in that. Some areas are supposed to stay enigmatic, no matter how much study and exploration we do. Certain urban areas are. Their tails eroding into the depths of the ocean. The basalt blocks of Nan Madol remain immobile. Their surface is polished by ages of sun and salt, and they continue to withstand the rising and falling of the tides and the walls. Even now, the moonlight makes the canal sparkle. We are left to ponder while the jungle looms near, perhaps listening to a voice that has long since vanished. Were the gods of forgotten eras worshipped at Nan Madol? Could have been a crypt for long-lost monarchs, a lighthouse for long-lost wisdom wiped out by floods and the passage of time, or was something else entirely, something about which we have no immediate knowledge. Our knowledge is overshadowed by the unknown, much like with Göbekli Tepe. Enshrined in stone and placed on the ocean, the city continues to be a mystery. However, there is more than one enigma concealed behind the waves. There are other old cities that grow and die without a sound. Some hide in the underbrush, some in the sand, and some like Nanol float just above the ground, visible from a distance but still out of our grasp. Prior to Sumer, past the ziggurats and irregular tablets. An additional race existed prior to the imprinting of royal names in a stone and the subsequent sealing of empires. Quiet and unassuming, their artifacts lie buried in the dunes of southern Mesopotamia, their history all but forgotten. Still, there are many unsolved mysteries surrounding what they left behind. The unusual figures carved by the Ubaid people are the subject of this story. People with long necks, narrow eyes, and clearly reptile characteristics. The Ubaid people lived and thrived from 6,500 to 3,800 B.C., well before the emergence of, who are better known as Sumerians. The river basins between the Tigris and the Euphrates were both inhabited by them, but they kept to themselves. There are no majestic temples or palaces. They instead abandoned complex urban centers, irrigation systems, and artistically decorated ceramics. Their dwellings were standard, and their implements were functional. Their routine appears to be somewhat mundane. Something out of the ordinary does, however, appear. Wherever archaeologists have dug up artifacts from the Ubaid period, they have found upon an extraordinary set of figurines that stood out from the rest of Mesopotamian art. Although they are only a few inches tall, these intricately molded clay sculptures exude an air of transcendent beauty. Their limbs are lengthy and slim. People are sitting, standing, or caring for newborns. They have long, tapering skulls, sharp snouts, and big, almond-shaped eyes. They resemble reptiles more than people. The name, Ubaid lizard figurines, has stuck. Initially, they were written off as purely creative, imagination in its idealized form or abstraction. Totems, gods, spirits, or figures from mythology could have been what they were. However, their apparent deliberateness became more apparent as more was revealed. These were not unique works of art. Their presence in homes, temples, and cemeteries, as well as the fact that they formed a pattern, raised questions about their ultimate meaning. The heads of the characters frequently adorn what seem like caps or helmets. Like ceremonial garb or uniforms, some of these people had patterned bands across their chests. Some of them have things in their hands. One really disturbing illustration shows a parent holding a child that shares the parent's reptile characteristics, which implies not just faith, but also a family or species. The inquiries then commence. Could you tell me what these figures stood for? Did they have a religious, symbolic, or literal meaning? Were reptiles an object of worship for the Ubaid people? On the other hand, were they painting what they thought they saw? The Ubaid period is not documented in any written form. Interpretation is not guided by epics or myths. Just these lifeless forms frozen in place, gazing fixedly ahead. Some researchers have hypothesized that they served as shamanic representations or fertility symbols. Some think they were ceremonial masks depicting humans in stylized form. However, neither of these theories adequately explains the uniformity nor the reptile detail. Because lizards? Where did all these come from? Some researchers have proposed more unusual explanations due to this lack of clarity. The Ubaid figurines have long piqued the interest of fringe archaeologists who believe they provide proof of extraterrestrial contact in the distant past. All things mysterious. The Ubaid people, according to their claims, may have been visited, influenced, or even genetically changed by reptile-like extraterrestrials. According to this reading, the depicted figures are not myths, but rather visual evidence of entities that were either once seen or coexisted with humans. Though unsubstantiated by conventional wisdom, this bold assertion speaks to a universal yearning, the desire to know our ancestors and the experiences they had with us that we have either ignored or forgotten. Not forget, the figures aren't the only ones that make people wonder. Among the world's oldest cities, the Ubaid people constructed Eridu. Eridu, possibly the site of Mesopotamia's first temple, was a sacred site even before Uruk or Babylon. It was erected in honor of Enki, the deity associated with creation, knowledge, and water. Enki was occasionally shown as having serpentine characteristics and was frequently linked with underground regions. Deep beneath the surface of the earth, in the Abzu, he exercised his power. Myth and artifacts start to blend together at this point. Are the ancient tales of deities rising from the underworld related to the reptile figurines? Deities endowed with wisdom surpassing that of mortals. One who brought civilization was Enki. Similarly, the Ubaid were. The organized communities, canals, and irrigation systems indicate that these people had a good grasp of the terrain, controlled the flow of water, and constructed with purpose. but they failed to leave any significant artifacts, inscriptions, or written doctrine. Their goal seems to have been more preparation than dominion of the land. They disappeared after that. The year 3800 B.C. As time passed, the Ubaid culture became extinct. Nobody knows if they were swept away by changing weather patterns or swallowed up by the expanding Sumerian city-states. Their townships were deserted, their figurines interred, and their recollection faded into the dunes. Quietness, shards, and shadows are all that are left. But the figurines are still there. They provide insight into a culture that was completely different from our own, discovered deep in the soil. Whether they were simple representations or complex symbolic meanings, they were meticulously crafted. Both their faces and bodies exude an air of calm tranquility. Neither of these things describes them. They just are. Maybe it's because of this that they're so eerie. Simply said, we have no idea who they were, what they represented, or the stories to which they belonged. We can only assume that someone, eons ago, felt driven to repeatedly craft them, to mold the beaks, scales, and narrow eyes, to house them in temples and dwellings, to transmit them from generation to generation, and finally, to release them. The desire to pursue new comparisons, to conjure up extraterrestrials, hybrids, or creatures from another dimension. More bizarre, though, may be the reality. Maybe the Ubaid people really did inhabit a world where our modern understanding of its significance has faded. Imagine a universe where the boundaries between spirit and matter, between humans and other animals, are less rigid than we think. A distinct pace of existence prevailed in that long-gone desert, where the sky was open and the sand drifted. The Ubaid builders physically molded the terrain. Underground waterways were excavated. Pottery was made by them. Maybe even in the stillness of a moment they spoke. Tales of celestial beings, watchers, and gods who descended from the sky or the sea. While the exact words of those tales remain a mystery to us, we can still hear their echoes. That is remarkable in and of itself. This is because these little figurines serve as a reminder of all the things we've lost track of, all the things that have faded with the passage of time, and all the things that could be lurking under the surface, concealed not by physical distance, but by the boundaries of our own belief system. The Ubaid culture is not a good match for our narratives. It predates both cities and monarchs. There is nothing except stone and clay and unanswered questions, no written record and no clear path. However, the most unsung cultures sometimes leave the most enigmatic legacies. Among the artifacts from early Mesopotamia lies a document that has been inscribed in uniform on old clay. Stranger than myths and legends, it is a list of kings who ruled the land before the Great Flood, the rise of empires, and the disappearance of the first known towns. Their debris in the wake. The Sumerian king list is a source of consternation for dreamers, archaeologists, and academics due to the claims it makes. In theory, it should be easy to understand. A record of the kings of Sumer, detailing their reigns, the towns they governed from, and the date when their empire was annihilated by flood. However, an odd thing occurs as you delve more into the text. Popular belief is that the longest reigns of the first monarchs lasted thousands of years, rather than decades. Throughout the course of many thousands of years, there have been monarchs whose reigns lasted 28,800 years, 36,000 years, and more than 43,000 years. This is not a case of mild exaggeration. These spans test the limits of our belief in what is conceivable. However, they are listed in a calm and unadorned manner, as if this were mere fact. A simple line starts the Sumerian king list, and it chills. The seat of kingship was established in Eridu after it descended from heaven. In these few words, the enigma is planted. The monarchy, according to theory, did not arise from the citizens. It rained down from on high, as if being a ruler were a holy calling, a sacred robe bestowed from on high. Archaeologists have identified the first city as Eridu, with a history stretching back more than 7,000 years. It is among the most ancient cities ever found. However, Its history goes back even farther as stated in the royal list. Alalim ruled for 28,800 years as its first monarch. After him came Alangar, who remained in power for another 36,000 years. They extended across an entire ice age when taken as a whole. After that, the Bad Kings arrived. There are actual and long-gone cities called Terra, Lar, Sapar, and Shurapak. Their legendary rulers supposedly ruled for unfathomably lengthy epochs, and their ruins can be found all over southern Iraq. 8 monarchs presided over a total of 241,200 years until the deluge destroyed their kingdoms and their subjects. There's a break, both real and symbolic, at that point. Afterwards, the inundations subsided. Kingship supposedly descended from heaven again after the deluge. However, the duration of the reigns is now shorter. Centuries rather than millennia. The number drops into the hundreds after then, and eventually into the more recognizable epochs documented in subsequent eras. Where does this leave us, then? Were the seemingly endless reigns based on something actual, enigmatic, and long forgotten, or are they only symbolic, designed to demonstrate respect or mythical significance? Symbolic interpretations are offered by mainstream historians. It is possible that the figures they cite were sacrosanct or inflated for religious reasons. Particular numbers, such as 60 or its multiples, had special significance in ancient Mesopotamian society. Moral significance. Maybe the lengthy reigns were allegories for God's favor or a throwback to a time when human limitations didn't exist. Still, it's hard to overlook the list's regularity. There is no mythological quality to it. Everything about it is record-like, systematic, organized, and almost bureaucratic. These are the cities that are included. A king is named. The years are given in a way that makes it seem like someone was trying to keep track of time, not make up a story. Plus, there's an additional factor. Even in distant civilizations, stories of kings who reigned for millennia precede a devastating deluge. Patriarchs who lived for centuries are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. There were 969 years in Methuselah's life. Noah 950, Adam 930. The ages decrease following the flood, similar to what happens in the Sumerian list. During the Satya Yuga, according to old Hindu scriptures, people lived for tens of thousands of years. Historical dynasties did not arise in China until much later, but documents do tell of emperors who ruled for thousands of years prior. Long before common humans came into existence, even in Mesoamerican mythology, there were periods when demigods and gods governed the earth. Am I hearing echoes of a more profound memory in all these tales? Some hold the view that the king list contains artifacts from a pre-flood civilization, when people or something like lived in drastically different circumstances. Speculators have proposed a variety of explanations for an extended lifespan, including changes to the atmosphere, new gravitational forces, or modified biology. Alternate theories place the rulers of the universe prior to the emergence of humans as superior, non-human, or semi-divine beings. Thus, the Great Flood was more than a metaphor, according to this theory. Cleansing, but also a beginning, an end to one era, a wall between two realms. Maybe that's why the royal list starts with descent instead than creation. The throne came tumbling down from on high. Rulership was bestowed, not earned, it suggests. This initial set of rulers was more akin to a caretaker, steward, or watcher than a true monarch. Beings whose mission was guidance rather than conquering. But maybe that direction has waned with the years. Greed crept in. The flood came after the memory faded. For what? What came next was a shattered family tree, a strand that was taken up but never rewoven. A more chaotic, mortal, and short-lived dynasty emerges after the deluge. Urban areas experience ebbs and flows. Wars break out amongst empires. Myth comes to a close. That era is known as history. Nevertheless, the king's list remains intact. Excavations at Nippa, Lhasa, and Sippar have uncovered dozens of duplicates on clay tablets. The Asholia Museum in Oxford houses the most comprehensive form, which is called the Weld-Blondel prism, dated to approximately 1,800 BCE. However, what it contains reveals a in the distant past. All the while, the mysteries persist. Was the idea to attribute Sumerian dominance to divine beginnings an effort to justify it? Was it not supposed to be read literally as a religious text? Or was it an artifact of an actual but misinterpreted past, preserved for posterity? Maybe they're all interrelated. Maybe the Sumerian scribes used what was provided to them without understanding the significance of the names or the dates. Perhaps they, too, were attempting to reconstruct an already distant past, an inherited history, but lost all comprehension. Maybe that's the secret to the King List's eerie charm. Attempts at explanation are absent. It provides no analysis. All it does is detail the events and their duration. Then it goes on to say that after the flood, everything changed. It is one of the most disturbing relics ever found on a planet where empires have long since faded into oblivion. Why? Because if it's even partially true, our history is far stranger and older than we think. Other than that, the clay tablets are silent. Those who write have passed away, but their numbers are still there. We still have the names. The 8 names, Olm, Olongar, Minloana, Minalana, Dumas the Shepherd, Zidana, Mindoana, and Arauto, reflect a weight of memory that isn't entirely ours. It's a thread that stretches back through darkness, flood, fog, and the passage of time to something vast and quiet that once existed. The world continues to turn, and we continue to dig, and we continue to wonder. Had global control. We can sense it lurking beneath the surface of the calm waters off the western coast of India, even though we can't see it clearly. A mystery lays dormant beneath the surface of the River-Sea waterway, concealed by the silt and the passage of time. Seafarers have traversed these waterways for a long time, not realizing that the secrets hidden underneath their boats could revolutionize our understanding of how civilization began. Be that as it may, this spot is actually the Gulf of Cam, or the Katy Gulf. Plus, it was at the epicenter of a shocking and divisive finding in 2001, the consequences of which are hotly contested even now. A sonar survey was the first step. Scanning the seafloor with side-scan sonar is a routine and ordinary technique that the National Institute of Ocean Technology was commissioned to do in order to examine the patterns of silt and pollution in the Gulf. However, an anomaly was detected by the researchers when the photographs were being transmitted. There were irregularities, geometric shapes that repeated, and patterns where mayhem ought to have ensued. These were obviously not just random rock formations, as was seen upon closer investigation. Structures, lines, angles, and grids characterized them. Here, previously stood something that was created by humans. 2 locations were located. There's one close to the Narada River and another close to the Tapi River mouth. In all cases, huge underwater towns seem to be exposed, with whole cities submerged beneath 30 meters of water. Roads, foundations, and enormous geometrical patterns were depicted in the sonar photos. Various calculations. The region must have extended for around 25 kilometers. If verified, this would rank among the grandest and most ancient long-lost metropolises ever found. Still, that was just the start. Shreds of pottery, petrified bones, stone tools, and a fragment of wood were unearthed by divers from the ocean below, setting off a new flurry of conjecture. The results of the radiocarbon dating on that piece of wood were astounding. It was found to be around 9,500 years old. The implications changed all of a sudden. What happens if these urban areas existed only in the imagination of humans? Otherwise, they would have existed long before the civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Göbekli. They would argue that structured urban life occurred closer to 10,000 years ago rather than 5 or 6,000 years ago, and revise the timeline of civilization accordingly. Long since we've known anything, this long-lost culture vanished under the waves. It seems as though the finding echoed an old recollection for a lot of people. Recollection of the mythical city of Lord Krishna, Dwarka, a splendid city belonging to Krishna as described in Hindu scriptures, became submerged in the ocean at his demise. Underneath the waters, its palaces and walls lie submerged. For ages, Dwara was believed to be nothing more than a myth, vacillating between myth and religion. Something that looked suspiciously like a drowned city was spotted off the Gujarat coast in the very waters where Krishna was fabled to have ruled. People all throughout the world were interested in the finding. There were documentaries made and articles written. A post-flood civilization became more popular. People who had maintained their claims about the existence of people living in more developed communities prior to the previous ice age found a new cause to unite around. There was a new sense of urgency around the global flood myths, including those of Gilgamesh, Manu, and Noah. Since the age of Camby's waters is associated with much lower sea levels, the demise of any city that may have once been under them may have occurred at the same time as the Younger Dryas boundary, a time of abrupt and severe climate change that occurred between 10,800 and 9,600 B.C. Melting glaciers, surging seas, and widespread chaos characterized this age. And a focal point, a peaceful submerged echo of a gone world. The Gulf of Camby became known to those who believe in the flourishing of ancient civilizations during that forgotten time. Still, some were skeptical. Some people were eager to point out problems. The reliability of the carbon dates was cast into doubt. They pointed out that the wood might have been blown in from another location or came from an older tree. There were some who argued that the sonar pictures were distorted and that the shapes saw were actually natural features rather than artifacts of human intervention. While some others, the Gulf diving conditions were terrible, low visibility, heavy currents, and overall, it was almost impossible to do a complete excavation, and thus, the issue remains in an odd state of limbo. There is intriguing but insufficient evidence. These buildings look man-made, yet they have never been excavated. Curiously, consensus amongst peers has not confirmed the artifacts, despite their interesting nature. There is a lot of unspoken promise in this location. How little follow-up has been done just adds to the mystery. Since the first finding there hasn't been much digging. The difficulties of underwater archaeology in harsh environments, bottlenecks caused by bureaucracy and misallocation of funds. For whatever reason, the narrative has faded into oblivion, replaced solely by hushed discussions and awe. But the site is still there, beneath it all. The issues it brings up remain relevant. Before the arrival of the sea, who, if anyone, resided here? Were they a long-lost civilization that we were familiar with? Alternatively, a completely other kind of society, one that was wiped out by a catastrophic event? What happens if, urbanized, what more structures did they erect? What else could they have learned if they only charted coastlines? Does this seem like it may fit into a bigger pattern of ancient cities that have perished in water, not only in India, but globally? More and more underwater locations have been uncovered in the decades after the Cam find. Megalithic stones and other peculiar formations have been unearthed at great depths off the coastlines of India, Japan, Cuba, and Malta, all of which point to a land-based origin for the ruins. When considered independently, it can make. Ignored, nevertheless, when combined, they start to convey an alternative narrative. Tales of an era prior to the deluge. An era when our culture might have been more bizarre and long-lived than we remember. Back then, the coastlines that are familiar to us were not yet defined. Rivers that once flowed over valleys are now submerged. When the surging waters swallowed up everything that people had fought so hard to build. As you shut your eyes and allow the soothing sound of the water wash over you, conjuring up images is as easy as pie. Envision it. Wide avenues, shrines, and houses make up this magnificent coastal city. A distant sound, low at first, like thunder rolling across the plain, children playing by the river, boats flowing past busy marketplaces, and somewhere in the distance, something rumbling. A flood is imminent, an unstoppable ascent, rather than a surge or tempest. The fields start to flood one year after another. The roadways are engulfed. Everyone has left the temples. Lastly, the top stones are all that are left. Amidst the vastness of the ocean, a hush falls over the land, as if a city's memories lay dormant beneath the surface. Whether the remains of Cam actually represent that city, without a doubt, whether they exist in reality or not, it stirs up a feeling within us, a sense that our past runs deeper than we realize, that the planet's mysteries are still young and have only just started to be revealed, that the ocean floor and the ground underneath it contain remnants of a history that we are ill-prepared to comprehend. At the moment, the Gulf is still quite silent. The area where sonar detected patterns in straight lines is now slowly being washed away by the waves. When the tides go out, that's it. The fabric sways, and maybe the tale lies dormant beneath, just waiting to be told. In the eastern, in a spot where the water conceals something old, enormous, and profoundly disturbing, close to the western shore of the Ryukyu Islands, on the coast of Japan, you are looking at the Yanani Monument. Near Yanani Island, there was a huge, enigmatic building that lay beneath the water. Like a long-lost temple, it juts up from the seabed. You can't look away from its razor-sharp lines and perfectly formed forms. Does it represent the artifacts of a long-vanished culture, or just an oddity of the Earth's geology? Instead of starting with geologists and archaeologists, accompanied by a certified scuba diver, when a man named Kihiro Aritake was looking for new diving spots in 1986, he saw something peculiar under the ocean. Instead of reefs and coral, he beheld a massive geometric formation, a whole underwater landscape sculpted from solid stone, with enormous terraces, flat walls, and sharp corners. When he and others made their triumphant return, heads turned around. As they dove into the azure waters, divers were astounded by what they discovered. A number of depicted it as a ziggurat from antiquity. Some people had visions of a submerged palace, a long-lost temple, or even an altar to gods they had never heard of. Without a doubt, it appeared to be man-made. Huge blocks assembled with what appears to be mathematical accuracy, massive platforms arranged like stairs. Enormous 25 meters of water surround the location. An impressive 25 meters in height and more than 150 meters in length make up the primary structure. It looks like a pyramid with layers when seen from above. From the side, it seems like a wall of a fortress. From inside, it has several nooks and crannies and drops. The perception of size changes into, without ambiguity, this stands out significantly. Renowned marine geologist Professor Masaki Kimura of the University of the Ryukyu would spend decades researching the location. His account of the building's layout includes what appeared to be an open plaza, paved roadways, ceremonial platforms, and steps. A few spots even looked like altars, gates, and what might have been a throne. According to him, the formations were not coincidental. Their paths crossed. They formed a perfect square. Plus, and this is the most intriguing part, they were old. As far as Kimura was concerned, Yanaguni might have dated back more than 10,000 years ago during the last ice age, when sea levels were substantially lower when it was created. This, if proven, would place the construction of the monument much before the emergence of Mesopotamia, Egypt, or even agriculture. It would essentially be a remnant of a society that existed before the deluge. However, the mysteries of the monument are not readily divulged. There is nothing but massive monolithic stone that has been worn down by waves and time. There are no inscriptions, tools, bones, or shattered pots and pans. The discussion goes on. In the opinion of certain geologists, these forms are completely organic. Their fingertips indicate the local sandstone, which displays regular patterns of cracking. Seafloor pillars and terraces may have formed throughout time as a result of erosion, waves, and earthquakes. Some have speculated that the apparent architectural influence is really coincidental. I don't get why Yanani seems so planned out if it's natural. The path appears to go somewhere. Why is that? How come the blocks fit together? For example, what seems like a stairway leading down into a plaza is really deliberate? Many others, including Kimura, think that the site was altered by humans. Maybe the landmark was an existing rock formation that some long-lost civilization carved, polished, or decorated. More scuba divers have also seen more structures in the area. Various smaller terraces, some standing stones, and even what seems like a shattered stone column. Some think they belong to a city or civilization that flourished along the shore before being engulfed by the sea, during the end of the Ice Age, beside the water. Here is where the plot thickens, because a far bigger question arises if Yanani is man-made or even partially molded. Under the waves, what else could be hiding? Have the rising waters of the last 12,000 years obscured any additional ancient cities, temples, or monuments? Ancient flood stories depict the destruction of towns around the globe. Langura, the lost city of Atlantis, Kamari, Kandam, and Dwaka. Yanaguni might fit this description, a relic from an era when people didn't exist in a prehistoric vacuum. The Rishuku Islands have a long history of association with sea deities and long-lost kingdoms in Japanese tradition. Underwater castles and nations engulfed by tempests are mentioned in the mythology. Maybe these stories are long-lost recollections from when Yanani was above the water, handed down through the ages. Legends of unexplained pressure or presence, peculiar currents, periods of stillness beneath the sea, and other unexplained phenomena persist among local fishermen to this day. Whatever the case may be, innately, the structure elicits respect. Both the shape and the sheer weight of the monument inspire wonder. Its massive magnitude is difficult to grasp at first look. As if the building were to move beneath them, divers say they feel bewildered. Weird currents are pulling in all different directions. Oddly, within its serene, extraterrestrial geometry, the light bends. There's an aftertaste, just a void, with no one to speak to or identify. An immortalized recollection. The water has made an effort to take it back. Seaweed adheres to corners. The fissures allow the fish to dart out. Even though the originally sharp lines are becoming softer, the overall shape remains unchanged. However, it remains silent. Theorists have proposed various explanations for Yanani's existence, including the possibility that it was an island city or a ceremonial complex rather than a standalone monument. If that's the case, a significant portion of it may still be underwater or out at sea. Due to safety concerns and a lack of money, no comprehensive survey has ever been carried out. Just a small portion exposes just the surface of a very deeper enigma. Who, if anyone, constructed this city if it ever existed? What implements did they employ? Which principles dictated their creation? If it existed before the emergence of recorded civilization, it might have been created by a people whose identity remains a mystery to us. The ocean floor may have been etched by a people who were illiterate, echoless, and memoryless. Were they perhaps survivors of a devastating event? A people group pushed to the brink of extinction, who managed to preserve and expand upon their limited body of knowledge. Alternatively, are they the lone beacon of a bygone era, a forgotten era in human history wiped out by the flood and the passage of time? The answers may elude us, but the questions persist. Maybe that's why Yanani is so eerie. Both our knowledge and the way we know are challenged by it. It occupies the liminal region where the actual and the remembered coexist, where stone and myth meet, and where land and sea meet. Buildings do not stand alone. No landmark is ever constructed by chance. Despite this, there is this submerged, stepped, and formed mountain of stone that has no discovery of its creators. So, our only option is to conjure up ideas. Under an old sky, we imagine stonemasons working with long-lost implements to carve enormous blocks. We can make out the sound of distant waves crashing on the shore, chants resonating through open courtyards and fire-lined staircases. Coral has taken over terraces, and we see ships moored to stone piers and kids chasing shadows along them. Without evidence, we can only speculate as to whether or not it occurred. The notion that the past is more profound than we realize is something Yanani makes us come to terms with. Ancient storms once raged beneath the calmest oceans. The earlier maps are hidden beneath the current ones. Underneath any given coastline, wreckage could lie. Even if we forget, the water may remember. Belief is not required by the monument. Inquisitiveness, openness to imagination, reverence for solitude, and maybe even a subtle understanding that not every question has a solution are all qualities it seeks. And yet, not even that is holy, because intrigue evokes awe when left unsolved. Per this, the Yonaguni. The ruins of the monument still stand. An underwater staircase, a deserted metropolis, and an enigma at the bottom of the ocean. Keep in mind that they are more than just stories while you listen with the increasing sound of sluggish water in your mind. They are pieces of a larger whole, pieces that have yet to be discovered. Even if we never find out, the monument itself knows who erected it, and it waits in its knowledge. There is a long-held belief that the Amazon jungle was an uncharted, undeveloped wasteland that stretched on forever. Long, thin horizon, alive with life but devoid of past. According to the explorers, the area was a verdant desert that was too harsh and nutrient-poor to sustain any civilization larger than a few dispersed indigenous groups. It was reported that everything was devoured by the jungle. It engulfed towns, wiped out roads, and concealed history behind its dense canopy. Something unusual, nevertheless, has been steadily emerging over the past few decades. Not in colossal structures or crumbling temples, but in the dirt, the patterns, the faint, lingering hints that hint to something older, something beyond, a more substantial, intelligent but now forgotten entity. This is the account of the Amazonian civilizations that vanished along with the rich, dark soil that they left behind. It all starts with the ground, or tarapa. A thin layer of acidic soil covers most of the Amazon. It degrades rapidly and provides little support for the tree roots above. However, there are specific locations, usually close to rivers or in dense forests, where pockets of exceptionally rich black soil can be discovered. The Black Earth, or tarapa, is located in. A distinct language is Portuguese. Incredibly fertile, it is black and dense. It is a good evaporator. You can't just wash it off. Most intriguingly, it seems to have been created. Yes, I understand. The use of terra preta does not occur naturally. Someone engineered it. Biochar, a form of charcoal made by slowly burning organic materials in low-oxygen environments, is abundant in this soil, which initially shook scientists' confidence. It was ideal for farming when combined with ash, compost, broken ceramics, and bones. Furthermore, when actively promoted the development of plants, it became better with time, allowing for bountiful harvests even in the thickest forest. The question is, who created it, and for what reason? Large swaths of land have been covered by these soil deposits. Layered, repeating, and purposeful, they appear in patterns. None of these were random bonfires or rundown farms. They were orchestrated as a component of a grander scheme. And gradually, the gap widened. In recent years, LiDAR has been important in mapping forest floors from above using laser pulses. Underneath the Amazon's canopy, scientists have started to uncover previously unknown territory. What they discovered astounded everyone. Mesh networks of roads, waterways, geometric mounds, ringed communities, and grids. Patterns of squares and circles stretching for miles over some places. Some other places you can find terrace fields with canals for water and drainage. There's no way these came to be in nature. These are the infrastructure's remnants. Sites close to the Jinga River, for example, reveal evidence of meticulously planned villages with buildings organized in certain ways. In a radial pattern, with squares, fortifications, and avenues radiating out in all four directions. These are no ordinary towns. Cities like these were purpose-built to accommodate thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. Despite this, nobody made a note of their identities. Nothing remains from that time. Nothing, just footprints and shapes in the mud. No epic poetry and no royal decrees. Clues to a people whose history the jungle and the passage of time almost completely obscured. What historians have always held as true is that the Amazonian culture was once prosperous, held the belief. The stories of El Dorado, the Golden City, and other secret cities told by early European explorers were believed to be fantastical. It was believed that such a large population couldn't possibly thrive in the bush. But the ground isn't on board. The word Tarapa connotes both permanent settlement and intentional planning. These folks figure out how to make soil that would be good for generations. They farmed at densities that are just now being matched by modern agricultural techniques, enriching and managing the land, being uncovered again. Their disappearance was much more of a mystery. When the earliest Europeans from Spain and Portugal ventured into South American interior, the great Amazonian towns had already disappeared. Loss of land was caused by the jungle. Roads were thick with vegetation. The channels were filled. Additionally, the surviving population resided in dispersed, smaller communities. The recollection of the past has diminished. What transpired? Illness, according to some, holds the key. The idea that any kind of interaction with Europe, however indirect, brought with it diseases that wiped off populations without immunity, including smallpox, influenza, and measles. Before Europeans ever laid eyes on them, entire civilizations might have crumbled. The cities were already at a dead quiet when the outsiders came. Some people think the weather was a factor. Something more recent, something older, something enigmatic, a natural disaster, a flood, a change in the pattern of rainfall, a collapse in agricultural systems, an internal strife, or maybe something else entirely. There is no explanation in the bush. All it does is eat. But if there are no stone memorials, the clues persist. Underneath the leaf litter, the Tarapa remains undisturbed and fertile. The roads still cut directly through the forest. Even if they're muddy, the canals nevertheless wind their way gracefully. Despite its might, the jungle was unable to completely cover up the trail of destruction. Perhaps more interesting is the amount of it that has so far eluded discovery. Despite its size, more than 2 million square miles, a large portion of the Amazon has yet to be discovered, particularly from above. A greater number of sites are being discovered annually. Kilometers of grids, structures that hint at a degree of social organization that was previously believed to be unattainable in the area. We uncover more as we search. Some even think we haven't even begun to explore the possibilities. Could an Amazonian culture have existed alongside more developed ones, such as the Indies or the Nile? Imagine a world where everyone has a solid grasp of farming, engineering, and environmental science, but no pyramids or castles. Could it be even older than that? It is there. Some argue that the origins of Amazonian civilizations may go far further back than previously thought. That expertise in soil preparation, irrigation, and city planning may be passed down through generations. Resonances from a bygone era. Before the huge river ate its banks, something happened. Before the flood, maybe. Knowing is challenging. We can only piece together part of the narrative with radioarbon dating. Oral traditions provide clues, but no concrete documentation. Only dirt, lines, patterns, and all remain. And that this enigma is unique, maybe. The long-lost Amazonian towns left behind something living, rather than just stone temples or gilded thrones. Soil continues to grow, breathe, and remember. Its depth tells the story of a people who saw the land as a collaborator rather than an enemy. They refrained from cutting down trees. They molded it, grew gardens that provided food for thousands, laid out patterns for tree planting, excavated canals that could adapt to floods, and eventually faded away. Their urban centers remained standing. They had become overgrown. The walls stood firm. Their focus was entirely on the task at hand. Their immortal names lingered. Nothing was ever recorded about them. Their narrative is still there, though, in the dark soil beneath your feet. Perhaps that is the most subdued type of memorial. An unseen one until you start digging. Someone who requests care rather than everything. One who speaks in hushed tones instead than yelling. We were here, we thrived, and we knew more than you think. So as you rest, know that we were proud. Now, with heavy eyes and slow breaths, picture the forest of a bygone era. In that time, plazas resounded with voices, firelight danced across leaves, rivers teemed with canoes, and roads glistened under moonlight. All of that may be gone now, but the earth remembers. And somewhere, beneath the moss, beneath the roots, and beneath the stillness of dormant trees, is something that awaits. It's somewhere in the warm, shallow waters of the Bahamas, where sunlight flickers through azure waves and the sand shifts gently with the tides. At the base of the tide, there is a structure that has baffled divers and explorers for decades. It is not coral, nor does it form part of any known reef. Rather, it looks like a long, curved structure of stone, neatly aligned, almost like it was paved, smooth-edged, and rectangular. The blocks stretch across the seafloor in a manner that seems purposeful. This formation is the Bimini Road, and it has become one of the most contested underwater anomalies of the modern era. It was first discovered in 1968 just off the coast of North Bimini Island in the Bahamas. A pilot swooping over the area noticed an unusual pattern below the water surface. It looked like an underwater causeway that stood out from its natural surroundings. Diving into the area confirmed what the pilot had seen: a path stretching over 800 feet, with stones as large as 13 feet across. The interesting thing about the Bimini Road isn't just the size or quantity of the stones, but also their arrangement. Arrayed in parallel lines, some of which are stacked on top of each other. Their nearly perfect shapes, rectangles and squares, suggest patterns. Some have even compared it to a harbor wall or the remnants of a sunken causeway. The rumors started circulating almost immediately. Could this be a section of a sunken city, a forgotten port, or a ceremonial walkway used by a long-lost civilization? Or could it be Atlantis? The very mention of the word Atlantis evokes images of a mythical island and its inhabitants, temples with domes, advanced scientific knowledge, and a utopian society that was engulfed by the sea in a single day and night. Originally described by Plato around 360 BCE, Atlantis was believed to lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what is now known as the Strait of Gibraltar. It was powerful, prosperous, and proud until it fell. Whether Plato's description was a memory, allegory, or myth is unknown. Nevertheless, the idea of Atlantis has never really departed from us. In the late 1960s, during the discovery of the Bimini Road, the connection to Atlantis was almost revealed right away. And oddly enough, it wasn't a coincidence. 1 year earlier, in 1967, the famous psychic Edgar Cayce, often called the Sleeping Prophet, had predicted that remnants of Atlantis would be found in Bimini, specifically off its coast by the end of the decade. When the stone road appeared just 1 year later, believers saw it as a confirmation of prophecy. The timing was eerie, and the legend of the Bimini Road began. Cayce had spoken of a technologically advanced civilization in the Atlantic that had been destroyed. Around 10,000 BC, close to the end of the last ice age, a time when sea levels were rising rapidly and coastlines were being swallowed by water. He claimed that survivors of Atlantis fled to Egypt and Central America, planting the seeds for what would become the great civilizations of the Nile and the Mara. According to Cayce, Bimini was part of that ancient world. Mainstream scientists, however, have largely dismissed these claims. Geologists argue that the Bimini Road is a natural formation, the result of a process known as beach rock fracturing. Beach rock is a type of limestone that forms when sediment is cemented by minerals in warm, shallow seas. Over time, this rock can crack and break apart along straight lines, especially in rectangular shapes. Tectonic shifts and erosion can move the stones into patterns that appear man-made. From this perspective, the Bimini Road is an illusion. Geology mistaken for architecture, a coincidence of time and place. But for many, this explanation feels incomplete, because when you swim along the Bimini Road, when you trace the line of the stones and run your hand across their edges, it doesn't feel like an accident. The blocks seem arranged. Their size is too consistent. Their spacing too regular. In some areas, diverse report stones that appear propped up, wedged in ways that mimic construction. In others, smaller rocks seem deliberately placed beneath larger ones, as if to support them. And then there's the issue of location. The Bahamas rest on the Bahama Banks, a shallow sea shelf that would have been exposed land during the last ice age. 12,000 years ago, when sea levels were much lower, the islands would have been larger, connected by land bridges, and home to environments very different from what we see today. If a civilization did exist back then, one advanced enough to shape stone, it would make sense for its remnants to lie where Bimini now rests. This doesn't prove anything, of course, but it opens the door to possibility. And beyond the stones themselves, there are other clues, scattered throughout. The Caribbean and the Atlantic are reports of sunken ruins, walls, roads, even what appear to be buildings, all submerged beneath shallow waters. Off the coasts of Cuba, Yucatan, and Andros Island, divers have reported strange formations that don't fit the natural landscape. Some of these have been studied, others remain unconfirmed, but the consistency of these stories suggests that Bimini is not alone. There is also the matter of the legends. Indigenous peoples throughout the Caribbean and Central America speak of a great flood, of islands that sank beneath the ocean, of ancestors who came from sea. In Mesoamerican mythology, there's the tale of Adelon, a lost homeland in the east across the water. In West African oral tradition, stories of sunken lands echo as well. These could be metaphors, or they could be memories, fragments of a time when coastlines looked very different and much of the human story was washed away. Because if Atlantis or something like it did exist, we would expect to find only pieces, not grand temples, but hints, not monuments, but patterns, a curved row of stones beneath the sea, a road to nowhere. And that's what makes Bimini so compelling, because whether natural or not, the Bimini Road sits in a perfect intersection of mystery and meaning. It gives shape to our questions. It invites the imagination to wander, and it refuses to be neatly explained. The stones are there. You can touch them. You can swim beside them. But they do not speak. They do not say who placed them or why, or whether they were ever meant to be found. And perhaps that is the lesson of Bimini, that the past is not always buried in the ground. Sometimes it's scattered across the sea floor in places we least expect. Sometimes it's visible from above, but unreachable below. Sometimes it hides in plain sight, masked as nature, when it may be something more. The Bimini Road is not the kind of mystery that demands an answer. It is the kind that invites reflection. Its quiet presence beneath the waves is a reminder that history is not fixed, that the world we know has changed before and will change again, that beneath every island there may be older stories waiting to surface. And as the tide rises and falls above the stones, and as the light shifts through the water, the Bimini Road continues to rest, patient, unchanged and calm. It asks no questions. It offers no explanations. It simply remains. And that in the end may be enough. High in the Bolivian Andes, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, where the air grows thin and the sky feels closer than the earth, rests a ruin unlike any other. The wind moves quietly over broken stones. The sun casts sharp shadows across abandoned platforms. And scattered across the plateau are massive blocks cut, carved, and precisely shaped, each one bearing the marks of a forgotten intelligence. This is Pumapunku, one of the most mysterious archaeological sites in the world. Part of the larger Tiwanaku complex near Lake Titicaca, Pumapunku has long puzzled researchers and dreamers alike. It is a place where megaliths lie half buried in the soil. Stones weighing tens of tons are scattered as though tossed by a giant's hand. Intricately carved blocks sit side by side, their surfaces razor flat, their edges sharp, their grooves cut with precision, rarely seen even in modern construction. And yet the true mystery is not just the stones themselves, but the question that floats above them, silent and unanswered. Who built this? To stand at Pumapunku is to confront a contradiction. On one hand, the site appears ancient, weathered by time, partially collapsed, half swallowed by the earth. But on the other hand, its stones suggest tools and techniques that seem far ahead of their time. Stones with interlocking joints, perfect 90 degrees angles, and machine-like drill holes. Some are shaped like puzzle pieces. Others feature internal channels that seem engineered for some long-forgotten purpose. The largest stones weigh over 100 tons. They were quarried several miles away, transported over rough terrain, and set into place with stunning precision. But there's a problem. Puma Punku is traditionally dated to around 500 to 600 CE during the peak of the Tiwanaku civilization. And yet, even by today's standards, moving and shaping such massive blocks with that level of detail would require cranes, diamond cutting tools, or computer-aided design. None of these, of course, existed at the time, at least not according to what we know. Mainstream archaeologists believe that the builders used stone hammers, chisels, and copper tools combined with manpower and simple engineering. But these explanations struggle to account for the clean incisions, uniform cut depths, and mirror-smooth surfaces seen across the site. No experimental reconstructions using Bronze Age tools have successfully recreated these techniques. And so the questions grow deeper. Could Pumapunku be older than we think? Could have been built not in 600 CE, but thousands of years earlier? Some researchers believe the Tiwanaku people inherited the site from an earlier unknown civilization, one with knowledge lost to time. A society that understood not just how to shape stone, but how to engineer with it. Perhaps even one that predated the last great cataclysm, the global floods that ended the last ice age over 10,000 years ago. If true, that would place Puma Punku among the oldest known constructions on Earth. And this brings us to another mystery, the H-blocks. Among the ruins are dozens of H-shaped stones, each one nearly identical. They appear to have been mass-produced, suggesting a form of standardized building practice. These blocks have grooves, ridges, and internal notches that allow them to fit together almost like pieces of an industrial system. Some researchers have compared them to prefabricated components, far ahead of their time. They are carved from anderite, a volcanic rock harder than iron, and yet their edges are clean. Their symmetry is perfect. Tool marks are absent. There is no margin for error. And scattered nearby are other stones with drill holes, circular recesses, and precision-cut slots. Features that defy the presumed technological limits of ancient Anian cultures. But even if we accept that the builders were capable of extraordinary stonework, another question looms. Why build here? Puma lies at extreme altitude. The surrounding region is harsh, cold at night, dry, and oxygen-thin. Transporting stone here would have been enormously difficult. There are no nearby rivers, no gently sloping hills. The builders would have needed to move multi-ton blocks up steep inclines, across barren landscapes, and into place with perfect alignment. The layout of the site also raises questions. It features a series of platforms, terraces, and sunken courtyards, all arranged with astronomical precision. Some align to solstices, others point towards celestial bodies no longer visible in the same positions. It suggests a deep knowledge of the skies, perhaps even one that predates known astronomical records. All of this, the precision, the planning, the design, suggests something beyond what the textbooks tell us. Something older, something hidden. And yet the evidence is elusive. There are no inscriptions at Pumapunku, no written language, no images of the builders, no surviving tools or blueprints. Only the stones remain massive, silent, and strangely out of place. And perhaps that silence is part of the message. Some theorists, both mainstream and fringe, believe Pumapunku represents not just a mystery of engineering, but a lost lineage of knowledge, that the site preserves remnants of a forgotten science, one passed down through oral tradition, remembered dimly in myth, and scattered in fragments across the ancient world. Others go further. They suggest that Pumapunku may be the work of a pre-flood civilization wiped out by global disaster, its knowledge erased by time. They point to similar mysteries at Gobsi Baalbek and in the submerged cities of the Amazon and India. The idea is not that these sites are connected by coincidence, but by memory. A memory of a time when humanity reached higher, saw farther, and built with purpose before the flood came. And then, as always, there is the most controversial theory of all, that Puma Punku was not built by humans alone, that it was influenced or guided by beings from elsewhere. The ancient astronaut hypothesis. While there is no physical evidence to support this, the sheer anomaly of the site keeps the door open for speculation. But whatever you choose to believe, the stones are real. He lie there still, beneath the sky, beneath the silence, beneath the gaze of time. They do not offer answers, but they do ask questions. Who built us? Why here? How? And perhaps the most important question of all, what have we forgotten? Because Puma Punku does not just challenge our history, it humbles it. It reminds us that for all our science and certainty, we still walk in the shadows of the past. That the earth holds more than fossils and ruins. It holds memory. So, as you rest now, letting the wind of the high Andes pass softly through your thoughts, picture the builders not as primitives, not as myth, but as people focused, skillful, and purposeful, placing stone upon stone, measuring the sky, aligning their sacred site with stars now long moved from view. We do not know their names, but we know their hands are steady, their minds precise, their vision vast. And though their voices are gone, their work remains. Cut in stone, set in silence, watching the mountains, waiting. Beneath the windswept plains of Cappadocia in central Turkey, the earth holds a secret, silent, vast, and hidden in the dark. At first glance, the region looks ordinary. Rolling hills, dry valleys, ancient stone homes carved into soft volcanic rock, villages perched along dusty roads. But deep below the surface, carved into the earth itself, lies a city that was never meant to be seen from above. A city built not toward the sky, but down into the rock. This is During Kuyu, the underground city. It is one of the most extraordinary architectural achievements ever discovered and one of the most mysterious. During Kuyu stretches more than 280 feet below ground. It contains at least 18 levels. Some say more yet to be uncovered. Within are thousands of rooms, living quarters, storage, chambers, kitchens, wine cellars, water wells, ventilation shafts, and even schools. There are stables for animals, meeting halls, a church, and long, narrow corridors that weave and turn like a living labyrinth beneath the soil. Estimates suggest that at its height, Daring Kuyu could have housed 20,000 people or more, entire families, whole communities along with their food, tools, livestock, and water sources. And what makes it even more astounding is this. No one knows who built it. Not for certain, not completely. There are theories, of course. Historians generally credit the Phryans, an Indo-European people who lived in the region around 800 BCE. Others argue it was later modified by early Byzantines who used it as a hiding place during invasions. But evidence suggests the city is much, much older. Some archaeologists believe the earliest tunnels of Daring Kuyu may date back thousands of years before the Phryans, possibly as far back as 2000 BCE or even earlier. Still others whisper of something older still, a civilization before history, a people who did not build up but dug down, who vanished long before the first stones of Troy were set, before the first temples of Sumer rose, before the flood myths echoed across the world. Whoever they were, the builders of Daring Kuyu possessed incredible skill. The stone they carved, tough, a soft volcanic ash, was easily shaped but difficult to excavate at scale. The builders created air shafts stretching stories above and below, allowing fresh air to circulate through the entire city. Wells were dug deep into the water table, ensuring clean drinking water, even when the surface was not safe. Heavy circular stone doors weighing hundreds of pounds could be rolled into place to seal off tunnels. These were not primitive traps. They were engineered defenses. Some passages were deliberately made narrow and tight so that only one person could pass through at a time, making invasion difficult. Chambers were placed with care. Escape roads were hidden. The city was defensible, livable, and self-contained. It was in every sense a fortress beneath the earth. But the question that lingers is why? Why would anyone go to such lengths to build a city underground? Some believe Daring Kuyu was used purely as a refuge, that it was a temporary shelter from invaders used in times of war. In this view, the city was not inhabited full-time, but occupied during raids and sieges. Others believe it served as a permanent dwelling used to escape the harsh climate of the Anatolian Plateau, where summers burn and winters freeze. But some researchers believe the truth may go deeper, much deeper. They point to the sheer scale of the city, the multi-level complexity, the massive ventilation systems, the fact that neighboring underground cities, some connected to Daring Kuyu by long tunnels, exist across the entire region of Cappadocia. This wasn't one isolated shelter. It was part of a vast network spread over miles, a subterranean world. And this leads to a more unsettling possibility. What if the builders were not hiding from human invaders? What if they were fleeing something else? Some believe Daring Kuyu may have been a sanctuary from celestial catastrophe, a place to survive a sky on fire, perhaps a comet or meteor storm, perhaps intense solar radiation or atmospheric upheaval. Others suggest it was meant to shelter against massive flooding, a safe haven during the collapse of the Ice Age. The name Daring Kuyu means deep well. Maybe it was exactly that, a deep place to survive, something the surface could not. In ancient texts and myths, there are hints of people who lived underground. In Hindu law, the Naris, a race of serpent-like beings, were said to dwell in vast subterranean cities. In Native American legends, some tribes speak of ancestors who came from beneath the ground to escape destruction. Even in ancient Greek thought, there were tales of the earth opening, of cities swallowed whole, of knowledge buried deep. Could Daring Kuyu be one of these places? It's impossible to say for sure. No inscriptions have been found, no bones or burial chambers, no tools left behind, only the empty halls, the carved pillars, the staircases that descend into quiet darkness. And yet the city speaks, not in language, not in symbols, but in design, in logic and function. It tells of a people who were deliberate, who thought in 3 dimensions, who cared for water, air, safety, and space, who built not in haste, but with patience level after level, room after room, until a world was created beneath the one we walk on. In the modern era, Daring Kuyu was forgotten. Its surface entrances were hidden by time. Locals knew of small caves and tunnels, but the city itself remained buried. That is until 1963, when a man renovating his home knocked down a wall and discovered an opening behind it. A hallway, then a room, then a stairway, then a city. The rediscovery of Daring Kuyu was accidental, and yet it opened the door to one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of our time. Today, much of the city is still unexcavated. Only a small percentage is open to the public. The deeper levels remain unexplored. Some corridors are too narrow, others are filled with debris. Even now, no one knows how far the tunnels stretch, or how many people once lived here, or how old it truly is. But one thing is clear, the city was not a mistake. It was not random. It was not haphazard. It was planned. And like so many other ancient mysteries, from the massive stones of Baalbek to the H-blocks of Pumapunku to the hidden cities beneath the Amazon, Daring Kuyu forces us to ask difficult questions. Have we underestimated the ancient world? What technologies, what ideas, what fears or knowledge did they carry that we no longer understand? Because to build a city underground is not just an act of survival. It is an act of vision, of belief, of foresight. These people knew something. They lived through something, or they feared something enough to carve their lives into stone. And maybe, just maybe, they succeeded. Maybe they endured what others did not. Maybe they saw the skies fall or the waters rise. And when the surface was quiet once more, they returned. Or perhaps they never did. Daring Kuyu is not Atlantis. It is not a temple. It is not a ruin of gold. It is something simpler. It is a place built to last. A place that held families in firelight. A place where laughter once echoed through stone halls. A place where people long before our time dared to make the earth itself their home. And as you rest now, drifting gently, imagine the world beneath. Imagine the flicker of torches, the rhythm of footsteps, the cool breath of air flowing through ancient vents. Imagine descending slowly, stair by stair, into silence, into a chamber carved by hands you will never know, into a time that is no longer yours, but still exists in shadow. The city remains, not dead, not lost, just hidden, and perhaps in some quiet way, still waiting. In the highlands of South America, where clouds drift low across jagged peaks and icy winds whisper over ancient stone, lies a lake unlike any other. It is vast, blue, and impossibly still, a mirror in the sky, perched more than 12,000 feet above sea level. This is Lake Teka, the highest navigable lake in the world, straddling the borders of Bolivia and Peru. Its waters are sacred, wrapped in myth and history. Its shores are lined with ruins, stories, and whispers of civilizations long gone. But it is not just the land around the lake that holds secrets. Beneath the surface, under the cold, clear waters, rests a city, forgotten, submerged, real. This is the lost city beneath Lake Teka, a mystery that may be older than the Inca, older than the Tiwanaku, older than history itself. The legend of a sunken city in the lake is not new. For centuries, the indigenous peoples of the Andes have spoken of an ancient civilization drowned by water. The Capchua and Aymara peoples told of temples and roads swallowed by the lake, of golden idols resting in the deep, of a city once built by gods now buried beneath the waves. And then in the early 2000s, these stories began to find confirmation. A team of Bolivian and international archaeologists, led by Marcelo Santos and supported by ACUR, Geographical Exploring, used sonar and underwater scanning technology to examine the lake's floor. What they found stunned the world. At a depth of around 30 m near the Bolivian shore, they discovered a massive complex of stone structures, including walls, platforms, roads, and terraces. Some stones appeared cut and stacked. Others formed circular formations resembling ceremonial spaces. Among the ruins were fragments of ceramics, tools, and carved idols. It was not a single ruin. It was a city submerged, intact, and undisturbed for thousands of years. Initial estimates placed the site at over 1,500 years old, possibly constructed by the Tiwanaku people, but other findings suggested a deeper mystery. Some features seemed older, more primitive, or perhaps more advanced. The site raised the possibility that the Tiwanaku had built upon something more ancient, something they inherited, not created. Because just a few miles south of the lake's shore lies Tiwanaku, one of the most enigmatic archaeological sites in the Americas. Tiwanaku's great stone gateways, monoliths, and sunken temples speak of a powerful civilization that flourished long before the Inca. But Tiwanaku itself appears to have been built in layers, each one older, stranger, and more mysterious than the last. And if Tiwanaku was once a highland capital, perhaps the city beneath Lake Teka was its twin, its port, its spiritual counterpart, or its origin. The locals have a name for the city. They call it Wanaku. According to some oral traditions, it was the birthplace of their gods, a place where the first people emerged, a place where the sun was born. In Incan mythology, the creator god Viracha rose from the waters of Lake Teka to create the world. He formed the sun, the moon, and the first humans. The lake was sacred, a portal between worlds, a gateway to the divine. Could this mythology be a memory of a real city, a city that was lost, not to time, but to water? Lake Teka is a geological anomaly. It sits high above sea level, yet its shores are ringing with marine fossils, suggesting it was once connected to a much larger body of water. In the distant past, the region experienced extreme flooding, seismic activity, and climate shifts. Some scientists believe the lake once fluctuated dramatically, rising hundreds of feet, flooding entire valleys. And if that is true, then perhaps the city beneath its waters did not sink slowly, but was overwhelmed in a single catastrophic event. A flood, a deluge, a pre-flood civilization lost in a day. The construction of the underwater city suggests planning. The blocks were quarried from local stone, cut and laid in formations. Some are transported across long distances. Others appear shaped with tools now lost. And yet the lake's depth and cold temperatures have preserved them quietly beneath the waves. Divers exploring the site have reported a profound stillness, an eerie silence that blankets the ruins. The sensation of moving through streets, once alive with movement, now frozen in time. Many have described the feeling as stepping into a memory of forgotten. Echo. What makes the story even more compelling is how little we truly know. The site has not been fully excavated. Funding is limited. Political challenges in the region have slowed research, and the lake itself guards its secrets well. Visibility is poor. Currents shift, and with every storm, silt and sediment cover what little has been revealed. But the mystery remains. What happened to the people who built this city? Were they the Tiwanaku or someone older? Could they have possessed knowledge now? Lost of stonework, of astronomy, of water management? Some researchers believe the city may have functioned as a ceremonial site. Others suggest it was a center of trade or governance. But there are those who propose something more unusual, that the city beneath Lake Teka was not just a place of living, but a place of refuge. A city built near or even beneath the water to survive what came from above. Stories across the Andes speak of a sky that turned dark, of fire that fell, of a time when the gods punished the earth. Perhaps these are just myths, or perhaps they're memories of a comet, a solar flare, a cataclysm we no longer remember. If a people had reason to believe the world was ending, building near a freshwater source, deep, cold, and high above sea level might have seemed wise. The lake offered food, water, and shelter, and in its depths, protection. But eventually the waters rose, or the earth shifted, and the city fell beneath. And now it sleeps there in the cold, blue quiet of Lake Teka, waiting like so many other lost places. The Bimini Road, Yanani, the Gulf of Camby. This city exists in a strange in-between space. It is real, but not fully understood. It is documented, but not fully explained. It lies between legend and fact, between memory and oblivion. We do not know its name. We do not know its purpose, but we know this. It was built, it was lived in, and it was lost. And in its loss, it became something more. It became a story, a silence, a possibility. And perhaps that is its true purpose now, to remind us that we are not the beginning, but we are walking on a surface beneath which lie layers of time, layers of memory, layers of life. But beneath the stillness of lakes and deserts and forests, there are cities waiting to be found. And perhaps one day the waters will recede, and the stones will rise again, and what was lost will return. But for now the city beneath Lake Teka remains undisturbed, cradled in the arms of the mountains, guarded by the cold and kept alive. Not in history books, but in whispers and in the stillness of the night as you listen. If you listen closely, you can almost hear it. The echo of footsteps on stone, the murmur of voices long gone, the soft ripple of water over carved walls. A city beneath a mirror of sky, unseen, unheard, but never truly gone. High in the mist-covered hills of West Java, Indonesia, there's a place where the jungle breathes around ancient stone. A place where time feels thin and the earth itself seems to guard secret. It does not rise like a mountain or stretch like a fortress. It waits low, humble, and cloaked in green. This is Gunung Padang, a name that means mountain of enlightenment. But it is not just a mountain. It is not even just a site of ruins. It is something far stranger, far older, and according to some, something that could rewrite the history of human civilization itself. Gunung Padang first came to international attention in the 1980s when archaeologists recognized that the hill was not entirely natural. At its summit were hundreds of volcanic basalt columns arranged into terraces and pathways. Some were stacked, others stood upright like sentinels. It was clearly a megalithic site. But it wasn't until the 2010 says that deeper investigations began, and with them controversy. A team led by Dr. Danny Hilman-Nutawar, a geologist with Indonesia's Geotechnology Center, conducted core drilling and ground-penetrating radar scans. What they found sent shock waves through both the scientific community and the broader world of ancient mysteries. Beneath the visible terraces was layer after layer of stone. Some of these layers extended tens of meters deep, far below what had previously been explored. Carbon dating of organic material between the stones suggested some of these buried structures were as old as 20,000 to 24,000 years. This would place Gunung Padang thousands of years before the rise of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even Göbekli. If accurate, it would be the oldest pyramid on Earth by far. But unlike Egypt's pyramids, Gunung Padang is built from basalt, not cut into neat blocks, but formed into interlocking hexagonal columns by volcanic processes. The builders didn't carve these columns. They selected, transported, and arranged them with astonishing precision. At the surface, the site resembles a stepped terrace complex. 5 main levels in all, each with stone arrangements that suggest ritual use. Some stones form doorways. Others are aligned in grids. Certain stones appear to vibrate when struck, which has led some researchers to propose that the site may have been used in sound-based ceremonies. But deeper down, beneath the earth, beneath the layers of vegetation and time, are structures that seem engineered. Chambers, cavities, retaining walls, features that do not occur naturally. They suggest planning, intent, knowledge, and here lies the mystery. Who were the builders? The mainstream academic view is cautious. Many researchers argue that the site is simply a natural formation modified and used during the last few thousand years by local people. Some suggest that the earlier carbon dates may reflect older organic material that naturally settled between younger stones. But Dr. Nutawija and his team believe otherwise. They argue that Gunung Padang is a man-made pyramid constructed in phases over tens of thousands of years. If that's true, then the earliest phase, deepest underground dates back to a time when humans were still believed to be primitive hunter-gatherers, not builders, not engineers, not capable of monument construction. And that's where Gunung Padang becomes more than a site. It becomes a challenge, a quiet defiance against everything we thought we knew. Because if humans, or something like humans, were building pyramids in Indonesia 20,000 years ago, then history must be rewritten. Civilizations must be reimagined, and the timeline of human development must shift. It would mean that advanced societies existed before the end of the last ice age, before agriculture, before the flood myths. The timing is compelling. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth experienced a sudden cooling event known as the Younger Dryas, a sharp return to glacial conditions that many believe was caused by a cosmic impact or some other catastrophic event. Sea levels rose, landscapes changed, and many ancient settlements were submerged or erased. If Gunung Padang predates this event, it may have been a survivor, a relic from a civilization that endured and rebuilt, or from one that vanished completely. That idea resonates with myths from around the world. Stories of golden ages and ancient kings, of towers that touched the sky, of knowledge lost to the flood. In Java itself, local legends speak of a powerful ancient kingdom that was destroyed by water and fire. The ruins of Gunung Padang, some say, are all that remain. But what would such a civilization have looked like? It is difficult to imagine. The evidence is fragmentary. There are no written records, no inscriptions, just stone, layered stone, silent stone. And yet some clues persist. The arrangement of basalt pillars at Gunung Padang suggests a kind of sacred geometry, alignments to the sun, the mountains, and possibly even to celestial events. The entire complex may have functioned as a temple, a calendar, or a resonant structure, a place where sound, sky, and stone converged. Some of the underground scans reveal cavities that may be chambers. Others show what appear to be steps leading into the earth. Dr. Nadawajar believes that beneath the surface lies an ancient burial or ritual space, perhaps even a tomb of someone significant, but so far full excavation has not been permitted. Controversy has surrounded the project. Critics claim the findings are overstated, the dates uncertain, and the interpretation speculative. Supporters argue that conventional archaeology resists change, clinging to outdated timelines and dismissing evidence that doesn't fit. In this tension, Gunung Padang sits quietly waiting for someone to dig deeper, to confirm, to disprove, to remember. Because even if the deepest layers are not man-made, the site is still remarkable. The visible terraces alone represent a significant feat of construction, especially given their remote location. The effort to move and place basalt columns, some weighing over 500 kilograms, across difficult terrain speaks of determination, purpose, vision, and the broader landscape hints at even more. Gunung Padang is not alone. All across the Indonesian archipelago, there are megalithic sites, stone alignments, and mound structures that remain unexplored. Some may be burial sites, others astronomical observatories, still. Others remnants of a forgotten architecture. What connects them is silence. Because history, when buried deep enough, becomes quiet but not gone. And so when the wind stirs the grass at the summit of Gunung Padang, when the rain drips slowly between moss-covered stones, something lingers, not just age, not just ruin, but presence. The presence of hands that shaped stone, of eyes that watched the stars, of minds that dreamed in basalt and light. We do not know what they believed, or what gods they called upon, or what fears led them to bury their knowledge so deep. But we know this. Gunung Padang was not a whim. It was not an accident. It was a statement made in stone across time. And whether it is 4,000 years old or 20,000, it waits still. A staircase to the past. A puzzle half solved, a whisper at the edge of the known. And as we close this part of the journey, we leave behind the jungled hill and its layered heart. But we do not forget it. Because beneath every hill, beneath every myth, beneath every silence, there may lie a memory of something older, something true. And Gunung Padang may be the key. In the dry golden sands of southern Egypt, just west of the Nile's flowing path, lies the sacred city of Abodas, an ancient center of pilgrimage and myth. Known as one of the oldest and most significant burial sites in Egypt, Abodas is home to temples, tombs, and inscriptions that stretch deep into the past. But tucked behind one of its most iconic structures, the Temple of Seti I, rests something far stranger, something that doesn't quite fit. It is called the Assyrian, and to this day, it remains one of Egypt's most enigmatic and debated constructions. Discovered in the early 20th century, the Assyrian wasn't visible at all from the surface. It was hidden beneath layers of sand and time. Its roof collapsed, its chambers sunken into the ground. Only through excavation did it emerge, an underground structure of massive stone blocks arranged in a style unlike anything surrounding it. It is not the size of the Assyrian that startles visitors, though it is certainly grand. It is the style. The Assyrian looks older than the Temple of Seti I, much older. Its blocks are colossal, cut from red granite, and joined without mortar. Some weigh as much as 50 to 60 tons, and they are arranged in a pattern that suggests extreme skill and planning. Smooth, weathered, and deeply cut, these stones resemble the megalithic construction seen not just in ancient Egypt, but in places like Puma Punku, Baalbek, and Sacsayhuaman. And that's where the puzzle begins. The Temple of Seti, the first built during the 19th dynasty around 1290 BCE, is ornate, refined, and inscribed with hieroglyphs. Its walls are filled with reliefs and records of kings. But the Assyrian, which lies just behind and beneath, it is completely different. It is stark, undecorated, and devoid of inscriptions. There is no mention of its construction in Seti's temple. No plans, no records, no tribute. It simply exists. Out of place, out of time. So who built it? Mainstream Egyptologists generally attribute the Assyrian to Seti himself, suggesting it was a symbolic tomb dedicated to the god Osiris, lord of the underworld. The logic is simple. Because it lies next to Seti's temple, it must be part of it. But there's a problem with that reasoning. Several problems, actually. First, the construction style is completely different. While Seti's temple uses limestone and detailed carvings, the Assyrian is made from unadorned granite in the megalithic style, a style that is much more primitive, yet somehow more impressive in terms of sheer scale. Second, the ground level of the Assyrian is far lower than that of the surrounding structures, suggesting it predates the entire Seti complex. Seti's temple had to be built above it, an architectural decision that makes little sense if Seti himself had built both. And third, there's the water. The Assyrian is partially submerged. Groundwater seeps up from below, filling its central chamber. Even today, it is often flooded. If the water table has remained fairly consistent, and geological evidence suggests it has, then the builders of the Assyrian would have known this, and yet they built it anyway, deep underground, where it would soon flood. Was it deliberate? Some have suggested that the Assyrian was not just a temple, but a ritual well, a place where the waters of the underworld rose up to meet the living, a chamber of rebirth, aligned with the myth of Osiris, who was killed, dismembered, and resurrected from the depths. But even if the symbolism fits, the question remains, how old is the Assyrian really? Some researchers argue that it is pre-dynastic, dating back long before the first kings of Egypt. Others believe it was part of a forgotten civilization, one wiped away by the rising waters of ancient floods. Its megalithic style is far more consistent with sites that date back 10,000 to 12,000 years, long before the unification of Egypt. Graham Hancock, Robert Schoch, and other proponents of ancient advanced civilizations have pointed to the Assyrian as a clear example of cataclysmic memory, a remnant of a society that once thrived before being buried by time and sand. The idea is not just speculation. It draws upon geological evidence, erosion patterns, and a growing number of sites like Göbekli and Gunung Padang that seem to push back the timeline of complex human achievement. Could the Assyrian be one of these sites? One of the most compelling aspects of the Assyrian is its simplicity. There is no writing on the stones, no decoration, no pharaohs. Name. It is raw architecture built to endure, built not for show, but for function. The central chamber features a series of massive granite pillars surrounding a rectangular pool. The design suggests a form of symbolic rebirth, perhaps tied to astronomical alignments or the flooding of the Nile. Some believe the chamber was used for initiation rituals, journeys into darkness and water, followed by symbolic resurrection. In this theory, the Assyrian wasn't a tomb. It was a gateway, a portal through which one passed from ignorance to wisdom, from death to life, and it wasn't meant to be understood by the people of Seti's time. It was already ancient by then. Interestingly, ancient Egyptian texts themselves hint at this possibility. In the lists of kings, certain rulers are referred to as Shamsahal, the followers of Horus. These mysterious kings are said to have ruled Egypt before the first dynasties in a time that blends myth with history. The period is called Zeptep, the first time, a golden age when the gods walked among men. Mainstream scholars view Zep as mythology. But what if it contains a kernel of truth? What if the Assyrian was built not in Seti's time, but during or even before this forgotten era? It's a question that whispers through the walls of the Assyrian, a question no one can quite answer. Adding to the mystery are the nearby flower of life symbols, perfect overlapping circles etched into the columns of the Assyrian. Though their origin is debated, they resemble sacred geometry found across the world, from Chinese temples to Leonardo da Vinci's sketches. Their precision is startling, their meaning obscure. Were they added later, or are they part of the original design? If the Assyrian was a center of sacred geometry, ritual, and rebirth, then it might have been a spiritual engine, a place where architecture became metaphysics, a bridge between worlds. And if that's the case, then perhaps the reason it feels out of time is because it was never meant to belong to a single age. It was built for the ages. Seti may have simply rediscovered it, inspired by its presence. He may have constructed his own temple nearby, dedicated to the god whose myth the Assyrian already embodied. This idea of Seti building next to a relic explains the contrast in styles, levels, and materials. It explains the absence of decoration, and it explains why no pharaoh ever claimed to have built it, because none of them did. As we drift now into stillness, let the image of the Assyrians settle into your mind. The cool dark chamber, the still waters, the towering granite blocks. There are no lights here, no hieroglyphs, only shadows, and the sound of your breath echoing softly off the stone. This is a place meant to be felt, not explained. A place where silence is the only true language. A place that, like so many others in this journey, asks not for answers, but for wonder. Because whether it was built 3,000 years ago or 13,000, the Assyrian remains. It has endured floods, invasions, and time itself. And even now, beneath the Egyptian sun, it waits, a monument not just to the past, but to the possibility that our history runs deeper than we know. That before the known, there was the forgotten. And before the forgotten, something else, something that still breathes beneath the stone. Between the southern coast of India and the northern edge of Sri Lanka lies a curious chain of limestone shores, sandbars, and submerged ridges that stretches across the shallow waters of the Polk Strait. At first glance, it may look like a natural feature, a quirky result of tides and shifting sands. But look again, and what emerges is something far more deliberate, something straighter than nature typically draws. Something so old, so precisely arranged, and so deeply embedded in legend that its very existence continues to blur the line between myth and reality. This formation is known as Adam's Bridge, but in the older tongue of myth and memory, it is called Rama's Bridge or Rama Setu. And for centuries, people have wondered, was this simply a quirk of geology, or was it built long, long ago by hands now forgotten? The story begins not with science, but with epic. In the ancient Hindu text Ramayana, dated by scholars anywhere from 500 BCE to thousands of years earlier, the prince and warrior Rama must rescue his kidnapped wife Sita from the clutches of the demon king Rana, who has taken her to the island fortress of Lanka. To reach her, Rama's army of vanorous mythical beings, often depicted as monkey-like humanoids, constructs a colossal bridge from the tip of India to Lanka, spanning the sea. They build it in just 5 days using trees, rocks, and mountains. Some stones blessed by Rama's name are said to have floated. This is no obscure legend. In India and Sri Lanka, the tale of Rama's Bridge is living heritage woven into temples, festivals, and maps. But outside the poetic verses, what gives this story its strange staying power is the bridge itself. Because it's real. It exists. You can see it. If you fly over the strait on a clear day, you'll see a narrow stretch of raised land just beneath the surface of the water, linking the two coasts almost like a causeway. Satellite images have confirmed its presence, a 30 kilometers line of shoals running from Darnos Koti in India to Manor Island in Sri Lanka. Its route is remarkably straight, unnaturally so, and the stones and sands that make it up appear to have been deliberately placed in many sections. For centuries, travelers and locals alike believe the bridge to be man-made. Some old maps label it as such. European crafters in the 18th century referred to it as Adam's Bridge, tying it to Islamic tradition, which held that the biblical Adam had crossed the structure after being cast down from paradise. But regardless of the name, the belief that it was built, not simply formed, has persisted for generations. So what does science say? Officially, most geologists classify Adam's Bridge as a natural formation, a result of sand deposition, coral reefs, and limestone shows shaped over time by ocean currents. It lies in a shallow sea, and the water between the chain is often less than 1 m deep. It's possible, they say, that ancient land bridges once connected India and Sri Lanka, and this is all that remains. But others are not so convinced. In 2002, satellite imagery taken by NASA's Lancet program caught the attention of researchers around the world. The images revealed the continuity and uniformity of the bridge, sparking renewed debate. Some geologists admitted that certain segments appeared artificially aligned, unlike the jagged, irregular patterns typical of natural shows. The sheer straightness of the formation, its even spacing, and its sudden connection between two coastlines raised eyebrows. Further studies have suggested that the structure could be as old as 7,000 years or even older. Some samples taken from nearby areas have return dates of over 12,000 years, a timeline that, if verified, would place its origins well before any known civilization in the region. And here the story deepens, because if this bridge is indeed man-made or even just man-altered, then it was constructed at a time when, according to conventional archaeology, there should have been no civilization capable of doing such a thing. No organized labor force, no engineering knowledge, no tools advanced enough to build a 30 kilometers causeway through ocean waters. And yet it's there. Some theories suggest that the region may have once been above sea level, forming a land bridge that was later submerged by rising oceans after the last ice age. Around 10,000 years ago, massive glaciers melted, raising sea levels and swallowing coastlines. If people lived there before the flood, perhaps they built upon the natural ridge, reinforcing and shaping it into a passable route. Some accounts suggest that remnants of ancient ports and stone anchors have been found in the area, though their dating and interpretation remain controversial. Supporters of the pre-flood civilization hypothesis see Adam's Bridge as a key piece of evidence, not just of a lost culture in South Asia, but of a global pattern of megalithic works, strange alignments, and monumental efforts that stretch back beyond recorded history. And in this framework, Rama's Bridge becomes more than myth. It becomes memory. Consider this. Across the world, ancient cultures speak of a great flood, of civilizations drowned, of gods and heroes who once walked among mortals. The Mesopotamians had Gilgamesh, the Greeks had Deucalion, the Hebrews had Noah, and the Indians had Manu, whose story mirrors the others closely. In each, a deluge swallows the world, sparing only a chosen few. Could Rama's Bridge be a relic from just before that deluge? Some believe so. They argue that the story of the Ramayana may encode real events distorted and mythologized over time. Perhaps Rama was not a deity, but a king, a leader whose deeds were exaggerated into legend. Perhaps his bridge was a desperate effort to cross to a now submerged island, a feat so extraordinary that it became sacred. Others point to the bridge's symbolism. It is a passage from one world to another, from the human realm to the demonic, from the mundane to the divine. It is a threshold not just of geography, but of meaning. Whether built or formed, it represents a journey, a link, a connection that defies separation. And maybe that's the true reason it endures. Because even now, the bridge is a source of both faith and controversy. In recent decades, there have been debates over whether to dredge or develop the area to improve shipping lanes. But opposition has been strong from religious groups, historians, and environmentalists. For many, the bridge is not just stone and sand. It is sacred, a physical reminder of stories passed down for thousands of years. There have even been expeditions to try to determine its exact origin. One underwater survey claimed to find layers of stone beneath the sand that appeared to be quarried, not naturally occurring. Another found unusual patterns of coral growth that suggested the coral had formed on top of something older, something not native to the sea. Still, no single study has settled the debate. What remains is a mystery, a bridge that both connects and divides, that asks questions science cannot easily answer. And that myth has already filled with meaning. Perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. Because when you look at Rama's Bridge, what you see depends on what you believe. Some see geology, others see architecture. Some see a tale of gods and demons. And others a whisper from a world before ours, before dynasties, before records, before the seas swallowed the Earth's edges. And maybe that's what makes it so perfect for this journey we're on, this slow drifting search through the unexplained. Because Adam's Bridge, or Rama's Bridge, isn't just about what lies beneath the water. It's about what lies beneath the stories, beneath the facts, beneath the layers of time. It's about what we choose to remember and what we've already forgotten. So, let your breath slow now. Let the waves of the Indian Ocean drift softly in your ears. And imagine standing on that ancient bridge, real or imagined, feeling the wind rise, the stones firm beneath your feet, and the water lapping gently at the sides. On one end, the shores of India, on the other, the island of Lanka, and in between a span of time so deep and strange it humbles even the most certain mind. It may not matter whether Rama built it. It may not matter whether the Vaneiras placed each stone, because the bridge remains. Long after the storytellers are gone, long after the maps are redrawn, it remains waiting perhaps for someone to remember why it was built at all. Beneath the quiet town of Pala in Malta lies something old. So old, in fact, that even the people who study ancient things can only whisper guesses about its origin. A place carved not into legend, but into stone, hidden beneath the surface of a modern world, as if deliberately buried away from memory. Its halls are dark, its chambers are silent, but the mystery of who made them and why echoes still. This is the high palm of Arl Saflieni. From the outside, nothing hints at what lies below. Just a plain building nestled among others on a narrow Maltese street. No grand gate, no monumental staircase. But descend through the entrance, and you enter a realm unlike any other. A labyrinth of chambers, tunnels, and sacred spaces, all carved meticulously into solid limestone. Not built with bricks, not stacked with stones, but hollowed out layer by layer using tools whose marks still remain in the walls. And it was done over 5,000 years ago, possibly longer. Even with today's technology, replicating the hypogam would be a challenge. Yet, someone did it in the Neolithic era before the wheel had arrived on the island, before metal tools were common. They carved an entire underground temple complex by hand, creating 3 levels of passageways, curved ceilings, acoustic rooms, ritual altars, and burial chambers. Every corner speaks of intention, of design, of knowledge not lost but forgotten. So, how did it come to be? The story begins by accident, as so many great discoveries do. In 1902, workers digging to build foundations for a new housing complex broke into a dark chamber underground. At first, they thought, little of it, just an old cave. But soon, more rooms appeared. Then others. Within days, it became clear this was no cave. This was a temple, a necropolis, a hidden city of the dead, and someone long before modern Malta had created it. Archaeologists flooded in, and what they found defied expectations. Over 7,000 human skeletons were discovered in the Hypo-GM depths, many of them stacked in niches carved into the walls. Some rooms contained offerings, beads, shells, and pottery, but others were empty, their purpose unclear. One chamber, now called the Oracle Room, was unlike any other. Stand inside it and speak, and your voice resonates. The room is carved with such acoustic precision that even a soft whisper bounces and lingers in strange harmonic tones. Male voices in particular create a low-frequency vibration that travels through the hypogam like a living hum. Some researchers believe this was intentional, a way to induce trance-like states during rituals. Others wonder if the resonance had a symbolic purpose, connecting the living to the dead through sound. Modern acoustic engineers have tested it. Frequencies between 90 and 120 Hz produce unusual standing waves in the chamber, tones that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The effect is physical, meditative, some say overwhelming. How could Neolithic people have understood this? Was it trial and error? Was it chance? Or was there a deeper knowledge and understanding we've lost? And that is only one part of the mystery. Because the hypogem wasn't just carved well, it was carved with geometry. Many rooms are laid out with symmetry. Doorways align with sight lines. Light from above reaches certain chambers at precise angles, and the layout mimics the design of above-ground temples found elsewhere on the island, such as Egantia and Tarxene. Structures also shrouded in mystery, made with stones weighing tons aligned with celestial events. But the hypogee took it one step further. It went beneath, and not just a little. The complex reaches 3 levels deep. The first level is close to the surface and has wide chambers and altars. The second level is darker, tighter, filled with burial niches and small side rooms. The third level, the deepest, is the most mysterious, almost completely empty. No bones, no offerings, no decorations, just silence, and it seems to have been abandoned early on, as if meant for something that never came to pass. Who were the people who built this? No written records remain, no names, no known kings or queens, just echoes. What we do know is this. Around 4000 BCE, Malta was home to a temple-building culture unlike any other in Europe. They built some of the oldest freestanding structures in the world. They decorated their walls with spirals, dots, and animal carvings. They practiced burial rituals, left behind goddess figurines, and disappeared around 2500 BCE, just before the Bronze Age arrived. And yet in all their ruins, none compared to the hypogeum. Some believe it was a sacred initiation site, a place where the dead were honored, but also where the living underwent rituals of transformation. Others think it was designed as a resonance chamber used for healing or altered states of consciousness. A few researchers suggest it was built in stages over centuries, each generation adding to the mystery, but never fully understanding the original intent. But there are stranger theories, too. In the early 20th century, stories began to emerge from those who first explored the site. One particularly persistent tale involves a school group that entered the lower levels of the hypogam and never came back. Another tells of explorers hearing chanting from the depths long after the rooms had been cleared and closed, of shadows that moved where no light could reach, of shapes in the dark. More curiously still, certain skulls recovered from the hypogam, now kept in the Museum of Archaeology, were described in early reports as elongated with unusual cranial features. Some suggested they had no cranial sutures, no visible lines where the skull plates met. Others appeared to have large eye sockets, raising speculation of genetic anomalies or something even stranger. The skulls have since been removed from public view. The official explanation is that they were natural variations or misidentified, but the whispers remain. Was the hypoge merely a burial site, or was it part of something older, something that predates even the known temple builders of Malta? If so, it could mean the structure was reused, repurposed by later people who no longer knew its full meaning. Just as Roman temples were built over pagan shrines. Perhaps Malta's Neolithic culture built on top of something they had found. Some theorists connect the hypogee to the myth of Atlantis, noting that Plato described an advanced civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Could the temple culture of Malta be a surviving fragment, a remnant of a lost world pushed into the Mediterranean by rising seas? The very name Hypo means under the earth, a fitting title for something that feels less like a monument and more like a memory. Not just of the dead, but of a time when the line between life and afterlife, between sound and silence, was thinner. And in that darkness, it is easy to picture flickering torches casting shadows on the walls, chants echoing through the halls, a procession of figures cloaked in ritual descending deeper and deeper into the belly of the world, perhaps seeking guidance, perhaps saying farewell, or perhaps returning to something forgotten. Even today, the hypogee remains one of the most restricted archaeological sites in the world. Visitor numbers are tightly controlled. No photography is allowed. The air is kept carefully measured, the environment protected from change. Because even after all these centuries, the structure is delicate, ancient waiting. Its secrets remain beneath layers of stone, time, and silence. Some believe it holds answers not just about Malta, but about human origins, about how much was lost in the distant past, about what civilizations may have known before the flood myths that ripple across the globe. The hypogee doesn't offer those answers in clear inscriptions or dramatic artifacts. Instead, it offers silence, shapes, patterns, a hum in the dark that you can feel in your chest if you stand in the right place and breathe just right. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps what it teaches isn't in the facts, but in the feeling. The feeling of walking into a world so old that time itself seems to bend. The feeling that someone somewhere knew something we no longer do. The feeling that beneath the surface of our neatly written history is a deeper story, still being whispered by the stone. So close your eyes now. Let the limestone walls of the hypogeme surround you. Let the hum of ancient sound wash over you like a dream. You are not above the earth now. You are below in a place made not for the eyes, but for the spirit. A place carved not with tools alone, but with meaning. This is the realm of those who came before. Those who reached inward instead of upward, who carved their temples into silence instead of sky. And whatever they left behind it is still here, waiting quietly beneath the dust of time, waiting to be remembered. The sea is a quiet thief. It does not rage as fire does. It does not collapse as earth might. It comes slowly, sometimes in inches, sometimes in silence, and it takes what it wants without leaving ash or ruin. Beneath its still blue surface, entire worlds may sleep. Forgotten harbors, sunken temples, villages once filled with voices now swallowed by salt. And in one part of the world, along the edge of Europe and Asia, there's a sea that may have done just that. The Black Sea, calm now, quiet, ringed by modern cities, fishing boats, and shipping lanes. But deep beneath its surface lies a memory of something sudden, something vast, something that may have changed the course of human history. It's called the Black Sea Deluge Hypothesis, and it begins with a flood. Thousands of years ago, around the end of the last ice age, the world's climate was shifting, glaciers were melting, oceans were rising, and across the continents, coastlines were changing slowly, creeping inland with every passing year. But then, according to some researchers, a tipping point was reached. The Black Sea at that time was not a sea at all. It was a freshwater lake isolated from the Mediterranean by a narrow land barrier near modern-day Turkey. Around its shores were fertile plains and river-fed deltas, a haven for early human communities, fishing, farming, living until the moment the sea came. According to the hypothesis proposed by geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman in the late 1990s, around 5,600 BCE, rising Mediterranean waters finally breached the natural dam at the Bosporus. What followed wasn't just a gentle spill. It was a catastrophic deluge. Cedar surged in at an estimated 200 times the volume of Niagara Falls. Day after day, week after week, a massive waterfall pouring into the lake basin, raising the water level by hundreds of feet. The shoreline receded violently. Everything in its path, villages, farms, temples, graves, vanished beneath the flood. The peaceful freshwater lake became the brackish, vast black sea we know today. And the people, some fled, others likely perished. But what they left behind is gone, buried in silt and silence at the bottom of a sea that should not have existed. But there is more to this story, because it's not just a geological event. It may be the echo of something much older, a memory passed down in myth, a flood that comes not just in sediment, but in stories. The Epic of Gilgamesh from ancient Mesopotamia tells of a flood that covered the earth, sending a man named Pishtim to build a boat and preserve life. The biblical book of Genesis tells of Noah warned by God to build an ark as waters rise to cleanse the world. Hindu scriptures speak of Manu, who is saved from a deluge by a divine fish. Greek mythology tells of Jalun and Pyrrha, the only survivors of a great flood sent by Zeus. Across cultures, across continents, the same tale. Could they all be remembering this? The Black Sea Deluge hypothesis suggests they might, that the sudden flooding of a once inhabited basin could have been so traumatic, so widespread that its memory traveled through generations, through oral traditions, through symbols and songs, eventually becoming the universal myth of the Great Flood. But what about the civilizations themselves? This is where the story grows even quieter because the flood left little behind. Archaeologists exploring the Black Sea floor have found evidence of drowned riverbeds, buried shorelines, and even what appear to be the remains of structures, walls, foundations, perhaps. Dwellings now 300 foot underwater. In 2000, marine archaeologist Robert Ballard, the same explorer who found the Titanic, discovered what looked like human-made artifacts off the Turkish coast, including tools and evidence of once dry land. The dating was striking. Some of the materials recovered dated to around 5000 BCE, just after the supposed flood. And just like that, the theory gained weight. Here were ruins, not in myth, but in mud, real, tangible, out of reach but not out of time. And the theory gained another thread. Because if the Black Sea Basin was home to early settlements, if it was indeed a cradle of pre-flood civilization, then its flooding could have displaced entire peoples. And displaced people don't vanish. They move, they migrate, and they carry their stories, their knowledge, and their symbols with them. Some believe that the flood forced these early communities to scatter south into Mesopotamia, west into Europe, and north into the steppes. Along the way, they may have seeded the growth of new cultures, passed down old knowledge, stories of what once was myths of the flood they endured. This idea, called the cultural diffusion model, suggests that the echoes of the Black Sea disaster ripple not only through geology, but through language, symbolism, and technology. That megalithic sites in distant lands, flood myths in distant tongues, and sky maps carved into stone may all be flickers of the same forgotten spark. So what do they lose? That is the haunting part, because if the Black Sea flood did happen as theorized, if it swallowed whole settlements and pushed a people in a diaspora, then much of what they knew, believed, and built is gone. We will not find their libraries. Their temples are mud. Their names are silent. But here and there, faint clues remain. In the tools found deep beneath the waves, in the sudden shift in pottery styles in Neolithic Europe, in the strange similarities between symbols carved in rock from the Danube to the Levant, in the sudden emergence of complex agriculture, writing, and urban planning in places that should have still been primitive. It's as though something jump-started civilization. Not a miracle, not aliens, but survivors. People carrying fragments of a lost world. People who remembered what the flood erased. And if that is true, then the Black Sea is more than a sea. It is a graveyard, a place where an early chapter of human history lies, waiting, too deep to reach, too old to remember clearly, but not too far gone to wonder. But not everyone agrees. Some geologists argue that the Black Sea did flood, but far more gradually. That the Mediterranean seeped in over centuries, not weeks. That the changes, while real, were slow enough for people to adapt. Others question whether there were even settlements around the lake before the water rose. They point to a lack of widespread ruins or consistent artifact layers. But even these skeptics admit something happened. Whether it was a catastrophic event or a slow drowning, the geography changed, the sea came, and the people around it were never the same. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the flood myths we know are less about the size of the wave and more about the depth of the memory. A memory not just of water, but of loss, of watching everything familiar vanish beneath something vast and unknowable, of surviving and trying to make sense of what survived with you. Let your thoughts drift now. Imagine standing on the shores of that ancient lake, birds in the reeds, crops growing by the water's edge, small homes with fire pits and woven roofs. And then, without warning, the horizon changes. A roar in. The distance, a pull in the air, a wall of water racing toward you faster than you can run. You don't have words for it. You've never seen the sea, but you know what it means. And someday your descendants will tell the story. Not with maps, not with facts, but with myth, with warning, with all. A world washed away. So now, As the waves settle and time moves forward, we are left with this. The Black Sea is a still and silent reminder. Yea, its surface serene, its past submerged, and at its bottom, maybe, just maybe, there sleeps the memory of the first flood that shaped the world. High upon the windswept plains of Bolivia, nearly 13,000 feet above sea level, where the air grows thin and the sky stretches wide, there lies a place shrouded in stillness and stone. It is ancient, remote, cold in the morning and golden by dusk. And in this place, the ruins of a lost city wait. Its name is Tiahuanaco, or Tijuanaco, a site whispered about in quiet corners of archaeology and spoken of with reverence by the Andean peoples who remember, though much of it is broken, buried, or scattered. What remains points to something greater, something older, something that should not have existed when it did. For it is here, in this remote Andean basin, that we find massive carved stones weighing up to 100 tons. Blocks so precisely cut they fit together without mortar. Monumental gateways etched with iconography too complex for their supposed time. And perhaps most strangely of all, a deep and persistent connection to the sky, to the sun, to the stars, to celestial events that guided something more than just agriculture. It guided meaning. Let us settle in and walk through the stones, not with our feet, but with our mind. Let the noise fall away and picture a city now silent, but once filled with knowledge that may have come from another age. Tiahuanaco sits near the southeastern edge of Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world. Today, it's a quiet ruin, scattered columns, collapsed temples, and half-buried platforms. But to the Inca and to cultures before them, this was no mere city. It was the center of the world, the birthplace of their gods. In myth, it is said that the creator deity Veracosh emerged from the waters of the lake and brought light to a darkened world. From here, he fashioned the sun, the moon, and humanity itself. And then, turning toward the rising sun, he walked away, leaving behind the great temples of Tiahuanaco as witness to the sky. But who built this place? Mainstream archaeology dates Tiahuanaco's peak to around 400 to 1000 AD, crediting its structures to the Tijuana culture, a pre-Incan society that thrived in the Andes before vanishing without a clear reason. But others argue quietly and often without full acceptance that some parts of the site are far older, that the megalithic foundations, especially the most finely cut blocks, may predate the Tijuanaco entirely. And here is where the mystery begins. The Acapana Pyramid, now heavily eroded, was once a step platform with complex water channels running through its core. Channels designed not merely for drainage, but perhaps for ritual or symbolic purpose. The Parapunco complex nearby is even stranger. It contains some of the most precise stonework ever seen in the ancient world, including H-shaped blocks with grooves and joints carved with uncanny accuracy. These interlocking forms suggest a level of engineering not expected in a society that supposedly lacked metal tools or even the wheel. And yet the builders carved in a hard volcanic rock with such perfection that the cuts still feel smooth beneath the hand. But the true enigma lies in the alignments. Fort Huanaco is not just a place of stone. It is a place of stars. One of the most striking features of the site is the Kalasa Temple, a large rectangular enclosure that seems to have been built to observe solar events. Its gateways and standing stones align with the solstices and equinoxes, forming a primitive yet precise solar calendar. From the temple's center, one could mark the sun's rise and fall across the year, with particular stones acting as markers for key turning points in the seasons. This is not a coincidence. This is intent. Someone long before modern astronomy understood how to watch the sky and record it in stone. Some researchers have proposed that certain elements of Tier 1 align not with the modern position of the sun, but with where it would have risen over 17,000 years ago, according to astronomical precession. This theory, though controversial, suggests that parts of the site could be older than the last ice age, predating not only the Inca, but even the earliest known civilizations. If true, it would place the origins of Tiahuanaco deep in the so-called antediluvian era, a time before recorded history, a time often thought of as myth. But perhaps not. Let us pause and imagine the night sky from this ancient city. No electric lights, no sound but the wind, the stars above sharp and bright, the Milky Way like a river, and the people below watching, waiting, measuring. To those who lived here, the sky was not distant. It was a map, a clock, a message. The gods lived in the heavens, and their movements told when to plant, when to harvest, and when to pray. The gateway of the sun, one of Tiahuanaco's most iconic features, stands as both a monument and a mystery. Carved from a single slab of stone and adorned with intricate reliefs, its central figure is often interpreted as Veer flanked by winged attendants and holding staffs in both hands. Around him are 48 small glyphs, possibly symbolizing solar phases or a ritual calendar. The figure at the center has tears flowing from its eyes, the weeping god interpreted as a solar deity mourning the passing of time or watching over a fading world. But more intriguing still is the possibility that the gate itself may have once been positioned to frame specific astronomical events, perhaps the sun at its zenith or constellations at seasonal moments. Its placement has been disturbed over time, but its original alignment might once have been deliberate, precise, and filled with meaning now forgotten. And yet none of this would be possible without questions. And the questions remain, who? Were these builders? How did they lift stones that weigh more than a fully loaded semi-truck? How did they carve them so finely without iron? How did they know the stars so well? And why, if they were so advanced, did they vanish? Some believe that Tiahuanaco was not just a city, but a center of knowledge, an observatory, a temple, and a training ground for priest astronomers who passed down ancient wisdom. Others whisper of older cultures perhaps lost to time or flood who left behind only their stones. And a few wonder whether Tiahuanaco, like so many sites across the world, is part of a larger pattern. Sites like Gerbikli, Pumapanu, Gunung Padang, all hinting at a global prehistoric tradition of sky watching and stone building that defies the accepted timeline. What we know is this: Tiahuanaco was built with care, with vision, with a mind tuned not only to the earth, but to the stars. Its builders watched the sun rise and fall, the moon wax and wane, the planets shift across the heavens. And with that knowledge, they shaped a city that still holds its breath under the open sky. They may not have left behind books or scrolls, but they left behind something harder to erase: stone. And in that stone carved into the bones of the earth, they etched their legacy. Let your thoughts settle now. Picture the sun rising through a stone gate, long shadows stretching across cold ground, priests in feathered robes marking the equinox, children tracing stars with their fingers, a people in harmony with the turning of the sky. We may never know their names. We may never fully understand their vision, but we can still feel it quietly, gently, whenever we look up and wonder. And so beneath the high plateau winds and the deep Bolivian silence, the builders of Tier 1 echo sleep, their stones still standing, their skies still turning, and their mysteries still waiting. There is a name that echoes quietly through dusty old volumes, whispered by explorers, mystics, and scholars who dare to question what history tells us. A name tied, not to any known landmass, yet stretching its ghostly outline across the waters of the Pacific Ocean. A name wrapped in mystery, drenched in ancient lore. That name is Mo, according to those who believe in its existence, was a vast continent that once rose above the waves where the Pacific now churns. A land rich with life, home to a civilization of staggering advancement. Temples of white stone glinting in the sunlight, towers that touch the sky, and a people whose wisdom and technology surpassed anything we've known. Yet it is not found on any modern map. It cannot be visited. It exists only in stories and possibly in what remains beneath the ocean floor. Our journey into the mystery of Mo begins in the 19th century with the work of a man named Augustus Lelland, an explorer, photographer, and amateur archaeologist. Lelland studied the ruins of the ancient Mare and developed a radical theory. He believed that the Mare were the descendants of an even older civilization, one that predated Egypt, Sumer, and all others. That civilization, he claimed, came from a now-lost land called Mo, which had sunk into the ocean thousands of years ago in a catastrophic flood. His theories were controversial even then, but they found fertile ground in the imagination of the time. Others took up the story. In the early 20th century, a British-born writer named James Churchward expanded upon Lelland's ideas. Churchward claimed that he had discovered ancient tablets while serving in India, tablets that spoke of a lost land in the Pacific. He said he had been taught to read these tablets by a Hindu priest and that they told of a civilization that flourished some 50,000 years ago only to be swallowed by the sea. Churchward wrote a series of books describing Mo in vivid detail. According to him, it was the birthplace of mankind. It was home to tens of millions of people. Its people possessed knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and energy manipulation that has long since been forgotten. They lived in peace, governed by spiritual principles, and built grand cities out of stone, structures that he believed still lay beneath the ocean, waiting to be found. Critics dismissed Churchward's claims as fanciful. They pointed out the lack of archaeological evidence. They questioned his ability to translate ancient tablets that no other scholar had ever seen. And yet Churchward's books sold widely. The idea of Mo captured the public imagination. It tapped into something deep and ancient within us. This desire to believe that there was once a golden age, a civilization that reached for the stars before falling into the sea. But Mo is more than just a 19th century invention. Stories of a sunken land in the Pacific echo in ancient cultures across the world. In Polynesian mythology, there are tales of a great land that once existed in the ocean, a land of plenty that vanished after angering the gods. In Japanese law, the story of Rujong, a palace beneath the sea inhabited by divine beings, bears eerie parallels. Even in the Americas, from the Inca to the Hopi, there are legends of ancestors coming from a land that sank beneath the waves. Some researchers have tried to connect Mo to other ancient mysteries. The colossal stone ruins of Nan Madol in Micronesia, for example, have been cited as remnants of this lost civilization. Built on artificial islets with basalt columns stacked like books, the city rises from the sea in eerie silence. It has no clear origin, no written records, and no explanation for how such heavy stones were moved across open water. Could Nanol be the last echo of Mo's people? And then there's the Yanugiri Monument near Japan, a massive underwater structure that some believe is man-made. Its sharp angles, flat terraces, and what appear to be steps and platforms suggest intentional design, but others insist it's a natural formation shaped by geological processes. Still, the debate remains. If Mo existed, could these submerged sites be its ruins? Geologists, for their part, largely dismiss the idea of a sunken continent in the Pacific. They point out that oceanic crust is fundamentally different from continental crust. Continents can rise and fall, but the ocean floor, they argue, doesn't just vanish beneath the sea without leaving clear traces. No tectonic evidence supports the idea of a massive land mass collapsing into the Pacific within recent human history. And yet, not all scientists are so quick to dismiss the idea. Some point to the existence of so-called microcontinents like Zealandia, a largely submerged landmass that includes New Zealand and New Caledonia. Though not as large as Churchward's Mo, Zealandia shows that vast tracts of land can indeed disappear beneath the sea over long spans of time. Could other older lands have suffered a similar fate? Then there's the curious phenomenon of megalithic ruins found on isolated islands scattered across the Pacific. From Easter Island's Moai statues to the step pyramids of the Maurices, the ancient structures found on these remote specks of land hint at a larger story. They show connections across vast distances, connections that should not have existed in pre-modern times. Some suggest that an earlier civilization once linked these islands together, possibly through seafaring trade routes or as outposts of a central homeland now lost. Of course, the myth of Mo often gets tangled with the myth of Atlantis. Both describe advanced civilizations that fell into the sea. Both are said to have preserved great wisdom, and both challenge our understanding of what came before. But where Atlantis is tied to Plato and the Atlantic Ocean, Mo belongs to the Pacific. Its story is more diffuse, less grounded in any one text, and yet it has proven just as enduring. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Mo legend is the idea that its people possessed advanced knowledge, technologies that allowed them to move massive stones, generate energy, and possibly even manipulate gravity. These ideas find echoes in fringe archaeology and pseudo-history, where theories abound of ancient civilizations with power sources lost to time. Some even suggest Mo was the source of the global megalithic tradition. The reason why we find similar structures in Egypt, Peru, Cambodia, and beyond. To mainstream historians, these ideas are speculative at best and pseudoscientific at worst. They warn that connecting dots without evidence can lead to false conclusions. But to others, the consistency of myths from far-flung cultures, each speaking of sunken lands, sky gods, and golden ages, feels like more than coincidence. They argue that myth is often memory passed down in metaphor, distorted over time, but rooted in truth. Could the myth of Mu be a cultural memory of time before the sea rose? During the last ice age, sea levels were far lower than they are today. Massive tracts of land, now underwater, were once dry and habitable. When the glaciers melted and the oceans surged, entire coastlines vanished. Is it possible that stories of Mu and other sunken lands are echoes of that great flooding? Memories of real places swallowed by time? We may never know for certain. The Pacific Ocean is vast, and much of its floor remains unexplored. Satellite scans have revealed strange anomalies, submerged shapes that resemble walls, roads, even pyramids. But such interpretations are hotly debated. The ocean guards its secrets well. Still, the search continues. Some pursue it in sonar readings and deep-sea dives. Others look through ancient texts, oral traditions, and sacred geometry. For many, the quest for Mo is more than a hunt for ruins. It's a search for forgotten origins, a yearning to understand where we came from and what was lost along the way. And perhaps that is what makes the legend so enduring. Whether Mu was real or not, it symbolizes something deeply human. The idea that we are not the first, that others came before us and built wonders we can barely comprehend. That time does not move in a straight line, but in cycles. And that civilizations like waves rise and fall. In the silence beneath the sea, beneath the sediment and coral, and centuries of forgetting, there may still lie pieces of the past waiting to be found. Pieces of a land that once stood proud and tall before the flood came, before the ocean claimed it, before the world forgot. So, as we drift gently through the myths and possibilities, as the waves roll overhead and the stars shine on forgotten waters, let us remember that not all stories are fantasy. Some are fragments, some are echoes, some are echoes, some are echoes. We've buried so deep we've forgotten we ever knew them. The story of Mo may be one of those, a legend or a memory. And somewhere in that quiet place between belief and doubt, the lost continent still waits. Its name carried on the wind, its ruins lost beneath the tide, its people remembered only in whispers, waiting beneath the sea. There is a stone in Massachusetts that has quietly confounded historians and whispered to those drawn to ancient mysteries. It does not sit in a museum or behind thick glass. Instead, it lies exposed, weathered by the rain and the passing of centuries. Carved into its worn surface is the outline of what some say is a knight in armor, a figure that should not exist in pre-Columbian America. This is the Westford Knight. It rests near the small town of Westford, tucked into the quiet landscape of New England. By modern appearances, the carving could almost be missed. Moss and lichen have softened its edges. Time has dimmed its lines, but with a careful eye and with the help of rubbings and enhanced photographs, a strange figure emerges from the stone. A sword, a shield, a cross upon the chest. Some see chainmail. Others see a medieval helmet. And from this faint image has grown one of the more peculiar legends of early exploration. The idea that medieval travelers, perhaps even knights, reached the shores of North America long before Columbus. The Westford Knight was first brought to public attention in the 19th century, but it wasn't until the 1950s that interest surged when researchers began examining the carving in earnest. Among the most prominent voices was Frank Glenn, an artist and historian who believed the figure represented a 14th-century Scottish knight. He linked the carving to the legendary voyage of Prince Henry Sinclair, a nobleman said to have journeyed to the New World nearly a century before Columbus. According to this theory, Prince Henry Sinclair, Earl of Orkney, set sail from Scotland around the year 1398. His voyage, if it happened, would have brought him across the North Atlantic, island hopping from the Orkneys to the Faroes to Iceland to Greenland, and finally to the shores of North America. This path would mirror the known routes of the North centuries earlier, routes carved through the ice by Vikings long before the age of sails. The legend claims that Sinclair did not come alone. He brought with him a party of sailors, builders, and perhaps even knights of the mysterious order of the Templars. One of these men, a knight named Sir James Gunn, is said to have died during the expedition, and in his honor, a memorial was carved, etched into the stone of what is now Westford. Skeptics argue that the figure is nothing more than glacial scarring or natural weathering enhanced by suggestion and imagination. But for those who have studied the site closely, the details are hard to ignore. The hilt of the sword, the unmistakable lines of a shield, the cross pattern on the torso. Some even claim the sword matches a 14th century design known as a hand and a half blade consistent with Scottish arms of the time. But to accept the Westford Knight as real is to accept a deeper, more disruptive truth that explorers from Europe, perhaps even noble ones, reached North America in the medieval period, carved their presence into the land, and then vanished from history. And the Westford Knight is not alone. Across North America, scattered like breadcrumbs through the forest, are similar anomalies. The Newport Tower in Rhode Island, round, stone-built, and often attributed to colonial builders, has also been suggested as a relic of pre-Columbian travelers. Its architecture bears striking resemblance to medieval churches of Northern Europe. Could it be that Sinclair's men built it, but their footprint was broader than we think? Then there is the Kensington Runestone, discovered in Minnesota in the late 1800s, covered in runic script. It tells the tale of Norse explorers from the 14th century, just decades before Sinclair's supposed journey. Though many historians dismiss it as a hoax, the possibility lingers like morning mist. And what are the copper mines of Michigan's Upper Peninsula? Some researchers have pointed out that thousands of tons of pure copper were extracted from this region long before recorded European contact. Who minded? What civilization had the tools, the knowledge, and the trade networks to move such material? Some point to the Mississippian culture, others to a forgotten people whose memory faded beneath layers of time. Could it be that the builders of the Westford Knight were not alone? Could there have been other voyages, Phoenicians, Celts, BAS who reached the Americas and left only the faintest traces behind? In the case of Prince Henry Sinclair, the story grows even stranger. He is said to have been associated with the remnants of the Knights Templar, those mysterious warrior monks who vanished in the 14th century under pressure from the church. Legends abound that some of these knights fled Europe with their secrets and their treasures. Some say they went to Scotland. Some say they sailed further still to a new land beyond the sea. If Sinclair's voyage was real, It would explain much the symbolism on the stone, the European-style carvings, the sudden and unexplained appearance of medieval-style structures in New England. But also raises uncomfortable questions. Why is there no written record? Why no confirmation in Scottish or European annals? The answer perhaps lies in the nature of exploration itself. Many journeys fail. Some go unrecorded, some are deliberately erased, and some, if they threaten the accepted history, are buried beneath centuries of silence. Still, the Westford Night endures. The stone remains. Visitors come to see it, to stand beside it, to feel the cool wind of history pass through the trees. They run their hands across the faint lines, squint against the light, and wonder, could it be real? Is this the mark of a forgotten traveler? Others look further back, still beyond Scotland, beyond Europe, to ancient sailors from Phoenicia, Egypt, or even Asia. Could these have been the true builders? Some propose that the Americas were known long before the modern age, that a pre-flood, prehistoric civilization may have seeded knowledge across the globe, that these monuments, Westford, Newport, Kensington, are not isolated but fragments of something older. The idea ties into a broader pattern, the recurring evidence of ancient knowledge in the wrong places. Megalithic alignments that match star systems. Old maps showing the coastlines of Antarctica beneath the ice. Stories of white, bearded visitors arriving from the sea, bearing knowledge and tools only to vanish without a trace. Is it possible that the Westford Night belongs not just to a forgotten explorer, but to a forgotten era? If we consider the possibility of a pre-flood civilization, a maritime culture with ships and stonework and star maps, it would explain how knowledge traveled, how symbols spread, how night could appear in Massachusetts centuries before the sails of Columbus cut through the Caribbean winds. And if that's true, then the Westford Night is not just a curiosity. It's a clue, a breadcrumb, a whisper of something vast and sunken. But here in the quiet town of Westford, the stone remains silent, unmoving. Whether carved by human hands or shaped by nature, it invites reflection. It draws us into the realm of what might have been. It reminds us that the past is not a closed book, but a deep and layered story full of erasers and mysteries. And so we sit with it. We let the story unfold slowly, like the turning of a weathered page. We breathe in the mystery, feel the cool of the stone, and allow ourselves to imagine. What if they were here? What if they crossed the ocean long before sails and compasses? What if they carved their mark in the wilderness and kept going up the rivers, into the woods, back into the fog of time? Not everything leaves a trail. Not every story survives, but some do. Hidden in stone, in song, in stars. And here among the trees of Massachusetts, one such story waits, quiet, ancient, and perhaps true. Let us now turn the page once more as the wind moves softly through the branches. For this is not the only mystery the earth has kept. In the southeastern reaches of modern-day Turkey, beyond the fields and dust-swept ridges, lies a place even older than its already ancient neighbor. A site that slumbers beneath the soil, bearing silent witness to a world long gone. Here, where the land dips in a shadow and the rocks warm under a sun that has watched millennia pass, lies Karahipi. To those who have studied Göbekli, the so-called world's first temple, Karahipi might seem familiar. Carved pillars arranged in careful formations, T-shaped monoliths, enclosures that resemble sanctuaries. Yet, Karahantepe tells an even older story, one whose beginning stretches further into the mists of prehistory, into the time before writing, before cities, before any known civilization. This is not a ruin left by the Assyrians or the Hittites. It is not Greek, nor Roman, nor even Sumerian. Karahantepe belongs to an era so deep in the past that its very existence forces us to reconsider what we know about the human journey. It may well have been part of a network of sacred sites created by a people who understood architecture, ritual, and perhaps even the cosmos at a time when conventional history tells us we should have been living in huts, chasing animals, and scavenging roots. Discovered in the 1990s, but only seriously excavated in recent years. Karahan remained hidden under layers of soil and sand for thousands upon thousands of years. The first impressions were modest stone fragments, half-buried mounds, scattered clues hinting at something more. But as archaeologists brushed away the centuries, what emerged was staggering. Dozens of megalithic pillars rise from the earth. Some stand in rings, others in rows. Many are carved with animals, serpents, birds, and feline forms that seem to leap from the stone with a kind of quiet power. Some of these creatures are familiar. Others are not. The craftsmanship is stunning. The intention behind the layout, unmistakable. These were not random carvings. This was a place of meaning. And then came the chamber. Beneath the surface, within a deep pit, carved straight into the bedrock. A scene frozen in time was revealed. Carved human heads, pillars emerging from the earth like fingers from the deep. And at the center, most haunting of all, a strange figure with an erect phallus and a solemn, almost mournful gaze. He is sculpted in the round, not just a relief, but a full-body figure rising from the floor as if emerging from another world. He is old, unimaginably old, at least 11,000 years by current estimates. And yet, his expression is strangely modern. Karahan challenges the idea that agriculture birthed civilization. Here it seems ritual came first, symbol came first, the sacred came first. The people who built this place may have still been hunters, still been foragers, but they were also planners, builders, artists. They gathered not for trade or survival alone, but for ceremony, for remembrance, perhaps even for worship. This changes everything. If Bekli was a revelation, proof that monumental architecture existed before cities, then Karahanip is the whisper before the revelation. It pushes the timeline further back, deeper into the fog of antiquity. It hints that Göbekli may not have been the origin point, but rather one node in a wider, older network, a civilization, or at least a cultural sphere emerging from the shadows of the last ice age. But who were they? Their name is lost. No texts remain, no bones, no tools engraved with identities. Only stone, silent, weathered, and eternal. Some believe they were shamans. Others think they were proto-priests, keepers of knowledge passed down through myth and gesture. Still others suggest something more radical, that these builders inherited knowledge from an even older source. That what we see at Karahanip is not the beginning, but a remembrance, a reconstruction, a blueprint passed from a civilization now drowned or forgotten. There are signs to support this. The level of precision in the carvings, the planning required to quarry, shape, and transport the pillars, the alignment of certain enclosures with celestial events. All these suggest minds capable of abstraction, of mathematics, of cosmic thought. Some researchers have drawn connections to the pre-flood stories told across cultures, to myths of a great cataclysm that wiped clean the world key in Mesopotamia. It was the flood of Utnapishtim in the Bible, Noah's flood in Hindu tradition, Manu, and the deluge. The timing is intriguing. Many of these myths point to a disaster occurring just after the last glacial maximum, when rising seas swallowed coastlines and reshaped the world. Could it be that Karahanip was built by the survivors? If so, it would be a site of memory, of mourning, a monument to a lost age. This may explain the solemnity of the figures, the way they seem to rise from the earth, not in celebration, but in silence, eyes cast downward, mouths closed as if they are keeping secrets. And there are many secrets here. Unlike Göbekli, which has a more symmetrical layout and standardized pillars, Karahanip is more organic, more varied in its expressions. Some enclosures twist unexpectedly. Others dive into the ground. One chamber features a row of phallic pillars once thought to be symbolic of fertility, but their true purpose remains unknown. Another chamber contains headless sculptures, bodies without faces, torsos without names, and always the animals. Foxes, vultures, snakes, creatures that held symbolic power across ancient cultures. Were they totems, spirit guides, warnings? Perhaps each animal carved into the stone marked a clan, a belief, a story lost to time as the sun passes overhead and shadows shift across the stone. One can almost feel the rhythm of a forgotten ritual. Footsteps padded along the limestone floor. Torches flickered against the walls, chanting maybe or silence. Some scholars believe these sites were used to induce altered states that their design helped guide consciousness inward. A kind of spiritual architecture meant not for the eyes, but for the soul. The most haunting thought of all is that we will never truly know. We have the stones, we have the carvings, but the meaning has slipped through the cracks of history. And yet there is a sense of familiarity. Standing at the edge of the site, one feels a strange stillness. Not emptiness, but presence. As if the people who built this place are not entirely gone, but simply beyond our reach. Their language no longer spoken, their gods no longer named, but something lingers. Perhaps it is encoded in the very stone. Archaeologists now believe there are dozens more sites like Kahane buried across the region, waiting to be uncovered. Together, they may form a constellation of sacred spaces, a network of memories stretching back beyond the known past. Each new discovery nudges the boundary further. Each carved pillar is another line in a story we are only just beginning to read. For now, Karahanip remains a mystery. It sits quietly in the Anatolian heat, the wind whispering through its chambers. No walls remain, no roofs cover the enclosures, but the pillars stand patient and eternal. They do not shout. They do not explain. They simply are. In that silence, we are left to imagine a people before time, a ritual before agriculture, a monument before civilization. The story of Kahanipi is not a story of ruins. It is a story of awakening, of remembering that the human journey may not have begun in the places we thought it did. That beneath the surface of accepted history lies another world, older, stranger, and far more profound. And perhaps as we uncover more, we will learn not just who they were, but who we are. Let the wind brush softly through the grass. Now let the dust settle and close your eyes to a time before time. For this is not the only story the stones remember. Beneath the waters of the North Atlantic, where volcanic peaks rise above the surface as the Azores Islands, a quiet mystery sleeps. The sea here is restless, and the land it touches is young in geological terms, born from fire and pressure. Yet even here, amid the churning depths and windswept cliffs, whispers of a forgotten world persist, a world of lost knowledge, of sunken stone, of roads that go nowhere, or perhaps once led somewhere. In 2013, a sonar scan conducted between the islands of S. Miguel and Tira revealed something peculiar. Resting beneath the waves at a depth of around 40 m, a vast geometric formation appeared, an expanse of what seemed to be carefully placed stone. Blocks arranged in a regular grid-like pattern. Many called it an anomaly. Others gave it a name, the Atlantean Road. It is not an official name. You won't find it labeled on maps or listed in scientific journals without debate, but the local fishermen knew of it. Divers claimed to have seen it. Some said the stones were flat and smooth, forming a clear path. Others believed it was too perfect, too deliberate to be natural. And those attuned to older legends, they saw something more. They saw the ghost of Atlantis. The Azores have long been entwined with that myth. Plato's Atlantis, described as a powerful civilization that sank beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune, was said to lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Many have taken that to mean the Strait of Gibraltar and beyond that the Atlantic Ocean. It is in this sea so vast and untamed that dreamers and seekers have searched for the lost continent. And the Azores, they rise like stepping stones in that very ocean as if remnants of a greater whole. 9 islands and all scattered in an arc that seems too neat, too poised. Some ridges extend for miles underwater, connecting island to island with submerged plateaus. Could it be that these islands are the surviving peaks of a sunken land mass? Could a road be a vestige of that ancient world? It is tempting to believe. The sonar images of the road show a straight linear feature around 60 m wide and 600 m long. According to initial reports, divers who ventured down claimed that the formation seemed like megalithic paving stones, square, aligned, and in places worn smooth by time. If natural, it was an astonishing coincidence of geology. If artificial, it was a marvel from a forgotten age. But science hesitates. Geologists suggest the formation may be a type of basalt lava flow, a phenomenon known as columnar jointing. When thick layers of basalt cool slowly, they can crack into polygonal shapes, often hexagonal, forming surfaces that mimic paving stones. This happens in places like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland or the Sparta Force waterfall in Iceland. Beautiful, natural, geological. And yet, something about the Atlantean road feels different. It's not just the shape of the stones. It's the way they lie, as if pressed into place. The way they seem to stretch out in an almost intentional direction. The way local law passed down through generations speaks of ruins beneath the sea, of bells that once rang below the waves, of towers that glimmered through the surf in ancient memory. These are not scientific proofs, but they are stories that cling, and stories matter. Because if the road is not natural, if it is indeed the work of hands long gone, then we are faced with something extraordinary. A structure that predates known seafaring. A monument from a civilization erased not just from the earth, but from memory. And it would not be alone. Other underwater anomalies have been found throughout the Atlantic, off the coasts of Cuba, the Bahamas, and even Portugal. Patterns of stone, submerged walls, and circular structures lying deep below the reach of modern tides. Taken together, they paint the outline of a mystery too large to ignore. A mystery that suggests the Atlantic once held more than just water. That perhaps at the end of the last ice age, something was lost. The Black Sea flood, the melting glaciers, the shifting tectonics. All of these may have played a role. Between 12,000 and 9,000 years ago, sea levels rose dramatically. Vast stretches of land were swallowed by the ocean. Entire coastlines vanished. If a civilization had developed near the sea, as most early societies did, its monuments would now lie in silence beneath the waves. But how advanced could they have been? That is the question. The stones of the Atlantean road, if truly placed with purpose, suggest knowledge of engineering, of measurement, of effort beyond survival. It implies surplus, an economy strong enough to allow time for construction, for order, perhaps even for ceremony. And that's where the imagination begins to drift. Could these people have sailed? Could they have mapped the stars? Did they trade or worship or write? Or were they closer to nature, aligned with the earth, listening to rhythms now lost to us? Were they swept away in a single event? Or were they simply forgotten layer by layer, year by year? Today, the Atlantean road remains unexplored in any official capacity. The Portuguese Navy has acknowledged the sonar data, but offered no deep excavation. No underwater archaeology teams have fully documented the formation. And in the absence of answers, the mystery grows. There's a kind of poetic truth to that, because roads are built for travel. They are connections between places, between people, between past and present. A road beneath the sea is a bridge between worlds, between what we know and what we long to know. Perhaps that is the greatest allure of the Atlantean road. Not just the stones themselves, but what they symbolize. A path we cannot yet walk. A story we are not yet able to finish. And perhaps we're not supposed to. Not yet. For now it lies quiet. The Atlantic rolls above it, heavy and gray. The islands of the Azores rise gently nearby, green and volcanic, dotted with quiet towns and cloud-draped hills. Above the waves, life moves slowly. Below the stones wait. And with every passing year, as the sea slowly yields its secrets, we come closer to the truth. Whether natural or crafted, the Atlantean road reminds us that the past is never fully gone. It rests just beneath the surface, hidden but not erased, silent but not without voice. And so we listen to the waves, to the stone, to the old stories whispered by the wind as it moves across the islands. There may come a day when divers return with cameras, with chisels, with answers. There may come a day when samples are taken, dates confirmed, theories revised, and perhaps then we will know whether the road was a miracle of geology or a message from a forgotten time. But tonight, under the stars and the steady pulse of the sea, we can simply imagine a road, a people, a world lost to time, and the quiet footsteps that once walked across it, now just echoes in the deep. In the rugged heart of Russia, where ancient forests stretch endlessly across the land and snow often silences the world, there lies a mountain range few speak of outside of maps and geology books. The Urals, spanning over 1,500 miles from the Arctic Ocean in the north to the steppes of Kazakhstan in the south. These mountains form one of the oldest ranges on Earth, weathered, enduring, and mysterious. And somewhere hidden among the crags and folds of this vast wilderness are shapes that should not be there, shapes that do not belong to the wind or to erosion, shapes that hint at minds and hands long gone. Massive stones carved with symmetry, faces weathered but still recognizable, bodies that seem to crouch against the cold earth, half buried, half revealed. Not statues in a modern sense, but forms that resemble the profile of a lion, the arc of a feline spine, the distant gaze of a guardian watching something we can no longer see. In the lonely expanses of the Ural Mountains, these formations have come to be called Siberia's sphinxes. Unlike Egypt's iconic Great Sphinx, which stares east across the sands, the Siberian forms are less defined, but perhaps older, much older. No inscriptions mark their surfaces, no temples surround them, and yet their shapes defy randomness, aligned, deliberate, and placed, if not built, with intention. The most notable of these is said to rest in the southern Urals near Mount Shoria. Here, colossal megalithic stones, some weighing an estimated 3,000 tons, appear stacked and split in geometric ways. Smooth faces and right angles that nature rarely produces line, a slope as if a wall had once stood here, long before the first recorded civilizations. Some sections seem carved, others appear torn. All are silent, and around these ruins, or anomalies, depending on whom you ask, are formations that resemble figures in repose, large feline shapes, faces half swallowed by snow, hunched shoulders of stone. A few have dubbed them guardians, watchers, sphinxes. But how could such monuments come to rest in a place so remote, so cold, so far from the centers of early civilization? The answer perhaps lies not just in the stones, but in the silence that surrounds them. For decades, these formations were known only to local hikers, hunters, and those few geologists who braved the terrain. In the early 2000s, photos began to circulate, grainy images of stone blocks too large to comprehend, half-buried figures peeking out from beneath the snow. They sparked debate. Some claimed they were natural. Others called them the work of an ancient people, perhaps one erased by flood or ice. One theory ties them to the lost culture of Hyperia, a mythical northern civilization described by the Greeks as a place of great peace and wisdom where the sun never set. While modern scholars classify Hyperia as a myth, some alternative historians suggest that the Urals, nestled in the far north, may once have been part of that fabled land, a land that fell not by sword or famine, but by time. Then there's the idea of a pre-flood world. Between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, the Earth changed. The last ice age ended, glaciers melted, oceans rose, coastlines shifted, and in that reshaping, entire regions were transformed. If a civilization had risen in the north before the thaw, much of it could have been buried by snow, by landslide, or by the creeping spread of forests now rooted where cities may once have stood. The Urals are rich in minerals, gold, iron, quartz. They would have offered resources to any society skilled enough to extract them. Shelter, water, timber, everything needed for a settlement. And in their higher reaches, these sphinx-like stones may have stood as markers, warnings perhaps, or monuments to something we can no longer name. Geologists, of course, offer natural explanations. The region is known for its unusual rock formations, products of freeze-thaw cycles, tectonic shifts, and erosion over millions of years. What appears to be symmetry may simply be coincidence. What looks like intention may just be our minds reaching for pattern, for story, for human touch. And yet, some questions linger. Why do so many of these stones seem to rest at odd angles, stacked in ways that resist gravity and time? Why do some show signs of carving? Not chisel marks perhaps, but surfaces that look planed or smoothed as though shaped by tools. Why are they concentrated in particular areas instead of scattered randomly across the range? Then there's the legend of the City of the Gods, a tale whispered in the rural parts of Bashkortostan, an area bordering the southern Urals, speaks of a vast ancient city now turned to stone. Locals speak of massive walls hidden deep in the forests, of steps that lead nowhere, of statues staring up through the moss. The stories are old, passed down through families barely written. They speak of a time before time. Of course, no archaeological dig has confirmed this city. No tablets, no artifacts, but the stones remain towering, imposing, impossible. Some who visit the formations describe a sensation of quiet awe, not just from the scale, but from the placement, as if walking through a memory, as if the stones themselves are not ruined structures, but frozen moments captured in the act of watching, of waiting. And it is this quiet waiting that gives the Siberian sphinxes their power, because they do not demand belief. They do not shout their secrets. They simply remain year after year, century after century, enduring wind and frost, and the occasional footstep of those who dare to follow the forest trails. It is possible they're just stone, that all of this, the symmetry, the shapes, the myths, our projections, imaginings born from a yearning to connect with something larger, older, more mysterious than ourselves. But it is also possible that they are something more. That in an age before writing, before bronze, before even settled agriculture, there are people who understood stone, who placed it with meaning, who shaped it with purpose, and who left it behind, not to be worshipped, but to be found. Not all civilizations write their histories in books. Some carve them into the earth itself. And so we return to the Urals, to the cold and the quiet, to the stones that crouch like lions, their eyes half shut, their mouths unreadable. There's no plaque, no sign, no trail marker, just stone and snow and the long breath of time. The forests will reclaim what they can. The wind will polish what remains, and the world will move on. But sometimes at twilight, when the light is just right and the trees bend low in the cold, one might glimpse a profile on the mountain, a face, a body, a watcher. A sphinx not of Egypt, but of Siberia, ancient, unnamed, undisturbed. And perhaps that is how it was meant to be. Let them rest. Let them remain. Let them remind us that even in the most forgotten corners of the earth, stories live on, carved in silence, lost in snow, waiting for those who still believe and wonder. The builders are gone. The tools are dust, but their echoes endure. In the stones, in the myths, in the stillness, and tonight, under the hush of stars and frost, they dream still. Off the western coast of India, where the tides roll in slow and steady from the Arabian Sea, there is a quiet stretch of water near the modern city of Dwara. On the surface, the waves seem unremarkable, just another meeting point of land and sea. But hidden below, beneath the swaying kelp and shifting sands, lie the ruins of a story too old to fit neatly into the textbooks. They say this place was once a city of gold, a kingdom so grand, so radiant that its towers pierced the sky and its gates shimmered like dawn on polished metal. It was a city ruled by a god, a hero, a king. His name was Krishna. According to ancient texts, the city was called Dwaka, and it was not built by human hand alone. It was gifted, built with divine guidance, and protected by celestial favor. The Mahabharata, one of the oldest and longest epic poems in the world, tells of its shining palaces, its bustling markets, its 7 concentric walls, and its 70,000 golden homes. The The city was said to float on the edge of the sea, suspended between the world of mortals and the world of gods. And yet, just as quickly as it rose, it was gone. The scriptures say that after Krishna's departure from the world, when his earthly mission was complete, Dwaka was reclaimed by the ocean. Waves rose, winds howled, and the sea swallowed the city whole. Some say it happened overnight. Others say it was a slow undoing, a final act of divine closure. For centuries, the story was treated as legend, a myth, a symbol of lost glory and moral lessons. But in the year 2000, something curious happened. Marine archaeologists exploring the Gulf of Cart, not far from Dwarka's modern location, discovered submerged structures deep beneath the waters. Using sonar scanning equipment, they identified geometric patterns, rows of what appeared to be stone walls, possible steps, and foundations spread across an area several square kilometers in size. Further dives and studies revealed artifacts, stone anchors, pottery shards, beads, and fossilized wood. These findings were unlike anything expected from the region's known historical record. Carbon dating suggested that some of the materials were over 9,000 years old, far older than the Indus Valley civilization, long thought to be the subcontinent's earliest. If accurate, this meant that Dwaka, or something like it, may have existed long before the dawn of recorded Indian history. But could it really be Krishna's city? The debate stirred quietly but steadily. Some archaeologists argued that the structures were natural oddities formed by geological processes. Others believed that ancient humans, far more advanced than previously assumed, had once lived along this coast before a dramatic sea level rise swept their world away. India's own archaeological survey took an active interest. Additional explorations near modern-day Dwaka, further up the coast, revealed more submerged walls and stone formations in the shallow waters. Divers found massive sandstone blocks joined with precision, stone steps leading down into the seabed, and large anchoring devices, suggesting the presence of ancient ports. What began as folklore had taken on the glint of possibility. Ancient Sanskrit texts had long described Dwaka as a circular city built with meticulous order, complete with grand gateways and moats, a naval fleet, and intricate roadways. These weren't vague metaphors. They were blueprints, detailed and structured. The Mahabharata speaks of chariots that moved without horses, of lamps that never extinguished, and of cities that gleamed like crystal. Many scholars dismissed these as poetic exaggeration. But when sonar scans returned images of perfectly symmetrical underwater structures, right angles, straight corridors, and basin-like features, it no longer seemed quite so far-fetched. Could it be that Dwarka was not just myth but memory? The ancient Indians did not draw hard lines between history and mythology. Their epics were gods and kings into the same tapestry, blurring the divine and the mundane. But to them, Dwaka was always a real place, a capital city, a sacred site, a place of pilgrimage and pride. In later centuries, explorers and scholars visiting the Gujarat coast heard whispers from local fishermen. They spoke of ruins glimpsed during low tides, of temple spires beneath the water, of odd shapes brushing their nets in the depths. These stories were passed off as superstition until they weren't. In 2007, further sonar imaging expanded the area of interest, revealing even more submerged structures, possibly stretching over an area as large as Manhattan. Among these, researchers noted the remnants of what may have been a breakwater or harbor, suggesting not just habitation, but a maritime civilization with complex engineering. And then there's the alignment. Some of the underwater features appear to correspond with star charts. Ancient temples on the modern shore align with celestial events. This isn't unusual in Hindu architecture, but what's strange is how old these alignments might be. If the underwater city truly predates the Indus Valley, then the knowledge required to construct it suggests a society far beyond what the textbooks claim existed in that time. And yet official recognition remains cautious. Science demands certainty. The ocean, however, rarely provides it. Sediment moves, coral grows, stone erodes, carbon dates vary, and politics, as always, muddies the water. For a discovery to be classified as a civilization, a strict set of criteria must be met. Tools, consistent architecture, writing, and artifacts found in unambiguous context. But in the court of curiosity, Dvarka needs no judge. It already reigns. For believers, Dvarka's story is not about bricks and stones. It's about continuity, about a civilization that remembered its roots for thousands of years and preserved them in stories, epics, and songs. About memories so strong that even when the ocean took the city, the people rebuilt it again on higher ground, on safer shores, carrying forward the name, the spirit, and the legend. And still today, the city of Dvarka thrives above water this time. Pilgrims come from across India and beyond to visit its temples, to bathe in its sacred river, and to gaze out across the sea where the waves still whisper the name of the drowned city. Divers still descend, searching the sands. Cameras still scan, and from time to time the sea parts just enough to show something. A corner, a curve, a stare before folding back into itself. What remains may never be enough to satisfy academia. But for those who walk the beaches of Gujarat at dusk, watching the sun slip gently into the sea, the feeling is real. That somewhere out there, not far from the modern city's glow, the old city sleeps quietly, patiently. They say that when Dvarka fell, the sea roared for days, that ships were tossed and towers torn down, that the gods themselves turned their faces away. But perhaps it wasn't destruction, perhaps it was preservation. Beneath the sea, Dwarka remains untouched by time. Its stones are not worn by footsteps. Its streets are not cracked by wheels. Its gates are not dulled by centuries of wind and sun. It waits, and maybe, just maybe it remembers. So when the divers return, when the lights flicker through the murk, when a hand brushes ancient stone, there's a sense of something watching. Not malevolent, not divine, just present, like the memory of a dream you once had but can't fully recall. A city of light, a kingdom of waves, a home long lost to time. The ocean is vast. It keeps many secrets. And in the quiet dark beneath the waves, Dvarka dreams on. In the shadow of the towering Caucasus Mountains, between the cold winds of the high passes and the soft hum of ancient earth, something heavy sleeps. Buried in the forgotten folds of time and stone. Far from the tourist trails and far from the light of modern headlines, lie megaliths, massive stone structures that defy explanation. They sit in silence, rooted in soil and legend, scattered like breadcrumbs across the slopes of Russia, Georgia, and Armenia. They are not grand like the pyramids or symmetrical like Stonehenge, but they are old, perhaps older than anything we can comfortably admit. Shaped blocks, weighing many tons, stacked and aligned with precision, forming chambered tombs, passageways, and box-like vaults. Many of them are dry-laid with no mortar. Yet their edges are so tight, you couldn't slip a blade between the stones. Locals call them dolmens, and they have been found by the thousands. From the Black Sea coast to the inland ridges, these structures the landscape like ancient ruins from civilization we forgot to remember. Some are cracked and crumbling, overtaken by moss and brambles. Others remain surprisingly intact, guarded by forests, hidden in valleys or perched on remote cliffs, as if watching the world below. There is no name etched into the stones, no signature of their makers, but the scale and spread suggest an organized effort, an advanced and far-reaching culture. Mainstream archaeology suggests the dolmens of the Caucasus were built between 30 and 1,200 BCE. But even these cautious estimates raise eyebrows. How could people of the Bronze Age, supposedly equipped with only basic tools, carve, move, and balance blocks, weighing 10 to 30 tons? Some stones are smooth and curved, as if shaped with great care. Others are perforated with perfectly round holes. Entrances so precisely made they appear machined. And that's just what we can see above ground. Many of these dolmens sit atop carefully leveled platforms, flanked by ramp-like structures or surrounded by circular walls. In some cases, subterranean chambers have been discovered, entire sections buried deep beneath the surface, suggesting intentional design and knowledge of weight-bearing architecture. Then there is the question of location. These megaliths are not scattered randomly. Some are aligned with cardinal directions. Others are positioned to catch the light of the solstices like ancient observatories tuned to the rhythm of the sun and moon. Their placement on high ridges and cliffs also suggests they were meant to be seen from afar. Maybe as markers, maybe as beacons, or maybe as ceremonial sites tied to the heavens. Yet for all their visibility, the culture behind them has vanished. No known civilization in the Caucasus region left records describing the construction of these dolmens. No inscriptions, no tools, no myths even, only vague legends and whispers passed down in fragments. Local folklore speaks of giants who once walked these mountains, beings of immense strength and longevity who built the stone houses before the arrival of humans. Others say the dolmens were tombs for kings or wise elders meant to anchor their spirits to the land forever. And then there are the theories. Some researchers have proposed that the dolmens were part of a vast pre-flood civilization, an antediluvian world now lost beneath layers of earth and time. They point to similarities between these megaliths and those found in other parts of the world in Western Europe, the Levant, India, and even Japan. The shared features like the portal stones, chamber layouts, and monumental scale suggest a shared knowledge, or at least a shared inspiration. Could it be that these builders were part of a once global network, a web of ancient engineers and astronomers whose memory now survives only in stone? One of the most curious features of the Caucasus dolmens is the portal hole, an opening usually round and centered on the front wall that seems both symbolic and functional. These holes are often between 30 and 50 centimeters in diameter, too small for most adults to pass through, but just the right size for something else. Perhaps a light beam, perhaps a breath of wind, or perhaps, as some legends suggest, the passage of soul. In some dolmens, a perfectly carved stone plug was used to seal the hole. It fits snugly like a cork in a bottle. This level of precision hints at more than mere burial practice. It implies ritual, belief, cosmology. The act of sealing and unsealing the chamber may have held deep meaning, perhaps related to seasonal cycles, lunar phases, or rites of passage. Interestingly, when some of these dolmens were opened in the modern era, human remains were found inside, often only a few bones scattered and incomplete. Not entire skeletons, but fragments suggesting either ancient looting or a form of secondary burial. Alongside the bones, archaeologists found tools, beads, ceramics, items that hint at a life once lived and perhaps a journey prepared for. But again, the artifacts complicate the dating. Some of the items appear to belong to later cultures, suggesting that the dolmens may have been reused, repurposed, or revered long after their original builders vanished. This raises a haunting question. Were the people who lived in the Caucasus during the Bronze Age the creators of these structures, or simply the inheritors? If the latter is true, then the builders of the dolmens must have existed even earlier, perhaps during the Neolithic, or even before the last great flood that reshaped coastlines and ended entire civilizations. And that would place their construction far beyond the accepted historical timeline. The Caucasus itself is a land of mystery, a rugged folded terrain where languages evolved in isolation, where cultures flourished and fell, and where myths seep into every stream and stone. It is a place where time stretches strangely, where the past never quite feels gone. In this landscape, the dolmens seem less like ruins and more like monuments in waiting. Their presence is quiet but undeniable. They do not shout. They endure watching, holding secrets. Some researchers have compared the engineering behind the dolmens to that of other megalithic sites around the world, like the trialithons of Baalbek in Lebanon or the Cyclopean walls of Saxahan in Peru. In each case, we see the same pattern. Impossibly large stones, expertly shaped and aligned with no clear origin for the knowledge that made them. Others note that the Caucasus is not far from Mesopotamia, the so-called cradle of civilization. Could these structures be remnants of a migration? A splinter group from a vanished world seeking refuge in the mountains. The Black Sea flood theory, one of the leading hypotheses for a global flood narrative, places this region near the epicenter of that cataclysm. If rising water swept through the valleys, drowning cities and scattering survivors, the highlands of the Caucasus may have been a sanctuary, and the dolmens then might be monuments not to death, but to survival. Structures built to remember, to mark the past, to honor the world that was lost. Of course, these ideas remain speculative. The academic world treads carefully. Dating technique varie. Preservation is inconsistent, and access to many of the dolmens is limited by terrain or political boundaries. But the mystery persists for those who stand before them. Hikers, researchers, wanderers, the dolmens evoke something ancient and profound. Not just age, but intention. Not just stone, but story, but doorway in the earth. A passage between worlds. A marker placed not for us, but for time itself. At night, when the winds slip through the gaps in the forest, the dolmens seem to hum with presence. They do not speak, but they do not sleep either. They remain in the quiet rhythm of rain on stone, in the whisper of leaves brushing against carved granite. You can almost hear it, the slow breath of a civilization that once was a people who moved mountains, who shaped the earth with hands that understood the stars. They are gone now, but their memory lives on. In the megaliths of the Caucasus, in the shadows between the trees, in the weight of stones that have not moved for thousands of years. And as the sun rises over the ridges and casts long golden lines across the stone faces, something stirs. Not a voice, not a message, just a feeling that the past is not past, that the flood did not wash everything away. That somewhere in the silence, the builders still watch, waiting to be remembered. High above the red-tiled rooftops of Cusco, where the Andes breathe ancient winds into the heart of Peru, lies a wall. A wall unlike any other in the known world. It is not tall like a fortress, nor wide like a palace. It is curved, towering, serpentine, and it is made of stones so large, so perfectly shaped that they fit together without a single drop of mortar. They have stood unmoved for centuries through tremors, storms, and time itself. This is the Wall of Saxa, a name that rolls like a whisper from one tongue to the next, sacred to the Incas, mysterious to historians, and to those who stand before it, overwhelming in its sheer defiance of logic, set on a hill overlooking the former capital of the Inca Empire. The Sacsayhuan complex was once thought to be a fortress. Later, it was considered a ceremonial site. Today is something even more enigmatic, a puzzle of stone left by hands we cannot name with certainty. For while the Incas are credited with expanding and preserving parts of it, even they admitted the core of Sacsayhuan was ancient, built by people before them, builders they regarded with reverence and perhaps even fear. Because these walls are not made of bricks, but of giants. The stones range from several tons to over 100 tons in weight. Some are taller than a man, others as long as a bus. They are not uniform, yet they interlock so precisely that even a sheet of paper cannot slip between them. There are no straight edges. Every block is irregular, multi-angled, shaped with such astonishing accuracy that they puzzle modern engineers. And somehow these stones were cut, lifted, and placed with no cranes, no steel tools, no written plans, no blueprint for the impossible. The largest stone at Sacsayhuan is estimated to weigh more than 120 tons. To move such a behemoth today would require industrial machinery and exact calibration. But here it was maneuvered up steep slopes, rotated into position, and locked in like the final piece of another worldly jigsaw. The official narrative tells us that the Incas, with incredible manpower and ingenuity, crafted these walls using stone hammers and patience. That they dragged the stones with ropes, rolled them on logs, and spent decades aligning them. But there are problems with that theory. There are no traces of tool marks consistent with stone hammers. No quarries large enough nearby to supply such a volume of matching megaliths. No written record, oral tradition, or archaeological evidence that fully explains how the largest stones were lifted or locked into place. Even the Spanish conquistadors upon arriving in the 1500s were baffled. They destroyed much of the Sacsayhuaman complex, tearing it down to use the smaller stones to build homes and churches in Cusco. But they left the megalithic blocks alone, not out of respect, but because they could not move them, not even with their horses, their iron tools, or their determination. These stones were too heavy, too precise, too still. Some researchers suggest that Sacsayhuaman might be far older than the Inca Empire, that it predates even the earliest recorded civilizations in the Andes. And if that is the case, it might belong to a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter erased by floods, quakes, or some greater cataclysm. This is where the story of Sacsayhuaman drifts into the territory of lost civilizations. Some speculate that an ancient pre-flood culture, possibly one with an understanding of geopolymers, acoustic levitation, or magnetic manipulation, once flourished here. That they were master builders who encoded astronomical knowledge into stone, aligning their creations with the sun, the solstice, and the stars. Because the layout of Sacsayhuaman is not random. It forms a zigzag pattern with three massive walls layered one behind the other, creating a defensive shape and echoing the fangs of a puma, an animal sacred to Andean cosmology. Some believe the entire city of Cusco, when seen from above, was designed in the shape of this animal, with Sacsayhuaman as its head, a sacred geometry laid in stone. This ancient alignment extends beyond symbolism. On the longest day of the year, the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere, the sun rises in perfect alignment with the great walls of Sacsayhuaman. The Incas celebrated Aini here, a festival of the sun, and even today it draws thousands of visitors each June. But how did the original builders know? How did they measure the solstices without clocks? How did they transport and carve 100-ton stones without pulleys or steel? How did they level the site so precisely atop a rocky hill? Even now, with lasers and computers, we marvel at their accuracy. The stones are not just placed for stability. They're earthquake-proof. Peru lies on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a seismically active zone prone to devastating earthquakes. And yet, Sacsayhuaman has endured tremors that reduced colonial buildings to rubble. Its multi-angled stones absorb shock waves and shift imperceptibly before settling back into place. A technology we struggle to replicate today. Could these builders have known something we've forgotten? Some point to legends, stories of Herrera culture, the white-bearded god who came from across the sea to teach architecture, astronomy, and civilization. Some say he arrived after a great flood, guiding survivors to rebuild. Others believe the knowledge came from an even earlier race, giants or sky beings, myths that echo across cultures from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica. Even within the Inca traditions, there is a reluctance to claim authorship of Sacsayhuaman's oldest stones. They speak of it as inherited, a sacred site, a place of initiation, not invention. There is another curious detail across the walls, especially along the zigzagging outer edge. You will find odd shapes carved into the stones, seemingly decorative niches, and mysterious indentations. Some researchers believe they were symbolic. Others suggest they were used to attach ritual objects, while a few propose they were part of a larger energy grid. Whatever their purpose, they add to the mystery. Why embellish stones so heavy they could barely be moved? Why add effort to the impossible? And then there are the magnetic anomalies. Several investigators have noted strange fluctuations in compass readings near Sacsayhuaman's largest stones. One theory is that the stones themselves were magnetized or affected by natural electromagnetic forces. Could the site have once been part of an energy system, something akin to a power node or an acoustic chamber? Some believe that Sacsayhuaman is connected not just spiritually but physically to other ancient sites across the globe, that its builders were part of a now lost civilization that traveled far and wide, leaving clues in stone. From Giza to Baalbek, from Easter Island to the Andes, these were not isolated feats, but expressions of shared intelligence. A vanished map of human achievement, and Sacsayhuaman might be its cornerstone. As night falls over the Peruvian highlands, the wind turns cold, brushing softly across the stones. The silhouettes of the megalithic walls take on a dreamlike quality. Monolithic, timeless, silent. The stars emerge. Above, the same stars the builders once watched. And somewhere in that silence, you feel it. Not just the weight of the stone, but the weight of time. The sense that what you're looking at is more than a ruin. It's a message, a reminder that we have not yet uncovered everything. That deep beneath the layers of history and interpretation lies a truth still waiting to be understood. And as sleep begins to settle in, slow and steady, your thoughts drift with the mountain air, past the winding stones, past the stars above, to the ones who shaped them both. The builders are long gone, but their hands are still here, carved into every corner, etched into every seam. Holding fast through centuries of silence, they wait, and the walls whisper. High in the misty highlands of West Java, cloaked in layers of dense jungle and volcanic soil, rises a quiet hill called Mount Padang. To the casual observer, it may look like any other mountain draped in tropical green. But as the sunlight touches its slopes and the stones begin to catch the light, something ancient begins to reveal itself. Scattered across the summit are massive weathered stone blocks arranged in deliberate patterns positioned like remnants of a long-lost temple. These are not natural formations. They are pillars carefully set in place, buried beneath centuries of earth and ash. Mount Padang is not merely a hill. It is a mystery wrapped in time. For beneath its surface lie layers of construction that defy traditional timelines. What began as a modest archaeological site has now become one of the most controversial discoveries in Southeast Asia. A discovery that may rewrite what we know of human civilization. The surface of Mount Padang features thousands of basaltic columns, volcanic stones naturally shaped into polygonal forms, then placed upright in terraces and chambers. The arrangement is geometric, intentional. The stones are stacked with care, forming walkways, walls, and platforms that appear ceremonial. Early researchers thought it was simply a megalithic site from a few thousand years ago, like many others, scattered across Indonesia. But then came the seismic scans. Beginning in the early 2010s, Indonesian geologists and researchers conducted deep-ground penetrating radar and core drilling on the site. What they found shook the academic world. Beneath the surface structure, buried under layers of hardened soil, were deeper and older constructions. The scans revealed chamber-like voids, man-made cavities stretching downward into the earth. Some of the underground formations lie as deep as 15 m below the surface, reaching into geological strata that date back over 10,000 years. Some estimates suggest these lower layers may be older than 20,000 years. That would place Mount Padang's origins not only before recorded history, but before the end of the last ice age, a time when most of the world's civilizations had yet to form. A time when mainstream history suggests humans were still largely nomadic without architecture, agriculture, or organized culture. And yet, someone was building here, not just with stone, but with purpose. The subterranean chambers of Mount Padang are thought to include tunnel systems, layered stone walls, and possible ceremonial rooms. Though full excavation has not yet been permitted due to the site's sacred status, the geophysical evidence suggests that this mountain holds a multi-layered archaeological site constructed in phases over thousands of years. And if that is true, then who were the original builders? The answer remains elusive. There are no written records, no inscriptions, no pottery shards, or skeletal remains that clearly tell us who began Mount Padang's transformation. The Sundanese people who live in the region have passed down oral traditions that speak of the mountain as a sacred place, a site of meditation and healing connected to ancestral spirits and ancient knowledge. But these stories only deepen the mystery. According to some interpretations of local law, Mount Padang was not built by ordinary humans. It was the domain of the wise ones, the ancestors of great knowledge, those who could shape stone and harness energy. A race remembered in myth, perhaps forgotten in history. The upper surface stones of the site are laid out in unusual patterns. Some align with astronomical positions, suggesting the builders had an understanding of celestial movements. Others form acoustic spaces, amphitheater arrangements where sound resonates in strange ways, almost as if the structures were designed to amplify chanting or sacred tones. This raises the question, was Mount Padang simply a temple, or was it something more? Some researchers speculate that the mountain was once a center of healing, that it contained vibrational or energetic qualities encoded into the very geometry of the chambers. Others believe it was an observatory, a place to watch the skies, to track the stars as they wheeled overhead. And still others go further, suggesting the site was a kind of pre-flood archive, a place where knowledge was preserved during a time of global upheaval. Because if the site truly dates back over 10,000 years, then its earliest construction would have occurred during the Younger Dust period, a time of climatic instability, massive floods, and sudden extinction events. Perhaps some say Mount Padang was not only built to honor the gods, but to survive the wrath of nature. The basalt stones themselves tell a story. They are heavy, weighing up to several hundred kg each, and yet they were moved with precision, stacked and balanced without mortar. Many of them are shaped with such accuracy that they fit together in ways similar to the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuan in Peru or the trilithons of Baalbek in Lebanon. Could there have been a lost connection, a shared knowledge between ancient builders across continents? Or did humanity in scattered pockets discover the same techniques independently during a forgotten golden age? What makes Mount Padang even more remarkable is its location. It sits atop a dormant volcano in a region marked by high seismic activity. Yet the structures have endured for thousands of years. Some researchers believe the builders chose the site precisely because of its energetic properties, perhaps even understanding the flow of magnetic or telluric currents beneath the earth. In this theory, Mount Padang was not only sacred but functional, a geologically attuned site engineered to harmonize with the natural forces of the planet. And then there are the carvings, subtle, faint, and few. Along some of the surface stones are patterns and marks that resemble symbols, not quite writing, not quite decoration. Perhaps remnants of a forgotten language, or perhaps indicators pointing towards something hidden below. It is this idea that something lies hidden within that continues to stir curiosity. The seismic scans have revealed voids beneath the surface, large hollow spaces arranged like rooms sealed in stone. These subterranean cavities are currently unexplored, but the few borehole samples taken from their edges suggest that their construction is different from the surface terraces, older, denser, made with unknown binders and materials. One sample yielded carbon-based materials dated to around 13,000 BC. That is not just old, that is ancient beyond comprehension. It predates Göbekli, predates Stonehenge, predates even the idea of civilization itself. And yet here it is, quiet, buried, waiting. Mainstream archaeologists remain cautious. Without a full excavation, the deeper layers of Mount Padang cannot be conclusively identified as man-made. And yet, the evidence mounts layer upon layer, chamber upon chamber. Could it be that our view of history has simply not dug deep enough? Some believe Mount Padang was not an isolated site, but the center of a vast prehistoric culture that once spanned parts of Indonesia and beyond. A civilization that flourished before the flood myths of the world were born. Before the seas rose, before time, as we measure it, began. A civilization that vanished, leaving only stone. The story of Mount Padang is still being written. Excavations continue slowly, delicately. Arguments rise and fall like the clouds over its summit. But the stones do not argue. They remain massive, silent, timeless. If the chambers beneath are ever opened, we may find the answer to questions that have echoed across centuries. Or we may find only more questions. But even in its silence, Mount Padang speaks. It tells us that something was here. Something that could build with stone, shape it with precision, and bury it deep within a mountain. Something that could survive the shifting of ages. Waiting for the day when we would ask once again, who were the builders? And what did they leave behind? As the wind stirs the grass above and the jungle sighs in the distance, you can almost hear it. The breath of time, the rhythm of footsteps from long ago, the quiet hum of something deeper than stone, older than memory. And in that moment, as your thoughts begin to drift like mist across the planet, you are not just listening. You are remembering a time long before maps, long before kings, long before the flood. Along the southeastern coast of India, where the Bay of Bengal meets the ancient sands of Tamil Nadu, stands a windswept town that has whispered to travelers for centuries. Its name is Mahabalipuram, also known as Mamilapuram, a place where myth and stone mingle so seamlessly that even the ocean itself seems to hide secrets in its tides. Carved temples cling to the rocky shores, their weathered facades shaped not only by artisans' chisels, but by the relentless breath of salt-laden wind and water. But what we see above the surface may only be part of the story, because just off the coast, submerged beneath the waves, lie the broken outlines of something older, something vast, something once believed to be legend, temples beneath the sea. The stories of underwater ruins at Mahabalipuram begin with a legend as old as the town itself. In ancient times, it is said, the shoreline was home to a city of great beauty, a city of 7 magnificent temples, but 6 of them, so the legend goes, was swallowed by the sea, leaving only one behind. That lone survivor is now known as the Shore Temple. It stands today on a rocky platform overlooking the sea, a sentinel of stone gazing east toward the rising sun. Its form is both graceful and defiant, with stacked spires and delicate carvings that speak of devotion and dynasties long past. Built during the Pallava dynasty in the 8th century CE, the Shore Temple is recognized by archaeologists as a marvel of its era. But for centuries, local fishermen and coastal villages have insisted that it is just the tip of something greater. That beyond the breakers, hidden beneath the churning water, lie the ruins of the other 6 temples. Their domes and columns, now carpeted in coral, still sleep in silence. For generations, these tales remained folklore, haunting and romantic, but unproven. That changed in the early 2000s when the sea itself began to reveal its secrets. In December 2004, a powerful undersea earthquake triggered a devastating tsunami that swept across the Indian Ocean. As the waters receded along the shore of Mahabalipuram, something extraordinary happened. The sea drew back so far that for a brief window of time the ocean floor was exposed, and people saw structures, large stone blocks, steps, walls, carvings, all lying where no temple should be, far below the tide line. As quickly as they appeared, the waters returned, cloaking the ruins once more. But the glimpse was enough to ignite a flurry of archaeological interest. Soon after, marine surveys were conducted by the Indian Navy and the Archaeological Survey of India. Divers explored the area just offshore and found more than they expected. Beneath the waves, scattered across the seabed with the remains of what appeared to be man-made structures, rectangular formations, lines of dressed stone, and sections of wall that suggested deliberate construction. Some are found as far as 2 kilometers from the current shoreline. Among the discoveries was a submerged lion sculpture carved from stone unmistakably man-made. In Hindu iconography, lions are often associated with temples and deities, especially those dedicated to Vishnu and Durga. The presence of such a sculpture underwater hinted at a once grand complex, now lost to time and tide. The questions came quickly. How old were these structures? Who built them? And what had caused their submersion? Traditional archaeology places the Shore Temple around 710-728 CE. But if the submerged structures were contemporaneous, they should have shared a similar fate or perhaps predated even that. Some researchers believe the underwater ruins may have belonged to an earlier phase of temple building, possibly dating back to the Sangam period or before. Others suggest a more dramatic possibility that these ruins are the remnants of a city or temple complex swallowed by the sea during a catastrophic event, perhaps even during the end of the last ice age when global sea levels rose rapidly due to melting glaciers. This would place their origin at more than 10,000 years ago, long before recorded Indian history, a time typically not associated with advanced stone architecture. Could it be that the legends of the seven pagodas are not merely metaphor? Could Mahabalipuram have once been home to a vibrant coastal city, its glory lost in a sudden deluge? The idea is not without precedent. Across the world, ancient sites near coastlines carry similar tales. In Japan's Yanani, in India's Gulf of Cam, off the coast of Cuba, there are ruins that defy conventional timelines, sometimes pointing to an era when rising seas erased entire civilizations. And Mahabalipuram, sitting at the edge of the vast Indian Ocean, may have been among them. What makes the submerged ruins so compelling is not just their existence, but their symmetry. The pattern seen by divers, right angles, parallel lines, geometric arrangements suggest a degree of planning inconsistent with mere natural formations. Though skeptics argue these could be rock formations shaped by erosion, the carvings and sculptures tell a different story. But archaeology in the sea is difficult work. Visibility is low, currents are strong, and time underwater is limited. As a result, much remains unexplored. Some areas are now off-limits to protect the fragile ruins, while others await future investigation. Yet the mystery deepens with every passing tide. Even the geology of the region supports the possibility of submersion. The coast of Tamil Nadu is vulnerable to seismic shifts and gradual coastal erosion. Ancient riverbeds and delta systems once reached farther into the ocean, forming a broader landmass than what is visible today. Over time, shifting tectonic plates and rising sea levels may have drowned more than just sand dunes. Among the theories, one proposes that Mahabalipuram was part of a larger port city, perhaps even a hub of trade, religion, and culture. If so, the temples may have been markers for incoming ships standing like stone lighthouses in the surf. Their submersion would not only be a loss of architecture, but of memory, a chapter of India's maritime past lost to the waves. And yet the story persists. The seven pagodas remain a potent symbol in local tradition. Artists have painted them, poets have written of them, and pilgrims still gaze out over the waters imagining what lies beneath. The name itself, pagoda, is a misnomer introduced by colonial observers who saw the tiered temple towers and likened them to East Asian pagodas. But in reality, the term refers to the sacred vmanas, step temple spires that rose like mountains against the horizon. One still stands, the Shore Temple, and it bears the scars of time. Over the centuries, the sea has eaten away at its carvings, softening once crisp figures of gods and guardians. Yet even now the temple radiates a quiet strength. Its base is low and sturdy, its stones locked tightly without mortar. It was built to last, to endure wind, salt, and perhaps even memory. Inside, the sanctum houses deities from both the Shait and Vaishnavi traditions, unusual for the time. It suggests a harmony between sects, a place of shared worship, and possibly a reflection of an even older spiritual tradition passed down through generations. Was this fusion the echo of an earlier culture? A pre-dynastic people whose beliefs shaped the region before writing, before history, before the sea arrived? It is difficult to say, but the sea has always taken and returned in equal measure. Sometimes it gives us clues, sometimes it gives us silence. As the sun rises over the waves of Mahabalipuram, casting a golden glow on the rocks, and reflecting in the temple spires. It's not hard to imagine another skyline beneath the surface. Spires long hidden, yet not forgotten. Divers continue to explore. Researchers continue to analyze. But the story of Mahabalipuram, of the 6 temples swallowed by the sea, endures not because of what we know, but because of what we can still imagine. It endures in the hush of the surf, the lull of waves against stone, and the quiet belief that somewhere below, in the deep, another world is waiting, not lost, only sleeping. In the heart of Lebanon's Bikar Valley, ringed by distant snow-dusted mountains and blanketed in golden sunlight, there stands a place so ancient, so immense that its very stones seem to hum with mystery. The site is known today as Baalbek, a name that evokes echoes of forgotten gods, vanished builders, and a civilization whose identity has become lost beneath layers of time, conquest, and empire. But beneath the Roman columns and temples, beneath the Christian ruins and Islamic echoes, lies something far older, something that no chisel in recorded history can fully explain. Baalbek is a paradox carved in stone. At first glance, one might mistake it for a classical Roman ruin. After all, towering Corinthian columns stretch high into the sky, remnants of what was once called the Temple of Jupiter. These columns, among the largest of their kind, ever built by the Roman world, speak of ambition, wealth, and imperial reach. But the deeper you look, literally and figuratively, the more the story begins to shift. Because beneath the Roman grandeur lies a foundation so massive, so bewildering in scale and technique that it defies explanation even today. Here at the core of Baalbek's massive platform are the Trilithon stones, 3 immense megaliths, each weighing an estimated 800 tons, form a retaining wall more than 20 feet above ground level. Their dimensions, roughly 64 feet long, 14 feet high, and 12 feet thick, are staggering, and yet they are positioned with such precision, their surfaces so finely aligned that even a razor's edge can scarcely fit between them. Nearby, still resting in a quarry, lies another colossus, the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman. Larger still than those already installed, this single block of limestone weighs well over 1,000 tons. Another even larger stone was discovered beneath it in recent years. Perhaps the largest Hune stone ever known. And yet, no cranes, no pulleys, and no written records exist to tell us who carved these giants, who moved them, and how. The Roman Empire, magnificent as it was, left behind detailed architectural plans, engineering guides, and inscriptions on countless structures. But for the Trilithon and its foundation, there is only silence. The Romans built upon these stones. But did they place them there? Or were these blocks already ancient when Rome was young? This is the puzzle of Baalbek. Archaeologists traditionally date the Roman temple complex to around the 1st century B.C. to 2nd century CE, when Emperor Augustus began major construction efforts in the region. Baalbek was then known as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and served as a strategic Roman outpost in the eastern provinces. The temples of Jupiter, Bacchus, and Venus formed a triad that rivaled the great sanctuaries of the empire. But the Roman builders, advanced though they were, typically used smaller stone blocks lifted by cranes and assembled with scaffolding. The tools and techniques known to them, while impressive, do not explain the existence of 81,000-ton blocks already in place before their arrival. This discrepancy has led to theories, both scholarly and speculative. Some suggest that the megalithic base was constructed by earlier local cultures, perhaps the Phoenicians, who worshipped Baalbek in the region long before the Roman gods took his place. Baalbek itself may derive its name from Baalbek, the ancient storm god whose presence lingered in the myths of the Levant. Yet there is no surviving record of Phoenician engineering on this scale. Their temples and cities, while beautiful, do not contain such immense stones. Others point to the mysterious builders of the pre-pottery Neolithic world, responsible for sites like Göbekli in modern-day Turkey or the enigmatic Ubaid culture of ancient Mesopotamia. These cultures are known for their architectural innovations and stonework that predate urban civilization. Could Baalbek's foundation belong to a lost chapter of humanity's early experiments with megalithic construction? Still others wonder if a catastrophic event, perhaps the end of the last ice age and its resulting floods, erased an entire civilization capable of such feats, leaving only their stone signatures behind. The scale alone raises difficult questions. To cut, shape, transport, and place these blocks would require not only ingenuity, but massive infrastructure. The largest modern cranes struggle to move such weights. And yet in the mountains of Lebanon, these stones were not only quarried and carved, but moved up slight inclines, rotated and positioned with breathtaking accuracy. And then there's the alignment. The temple complex is oriented with a precision that hints at celestial considerations. While the Roman additions followed known design principles, some researchers believe that the megalithic base follows patterns consistent with solar or stellar alignments, perhaps tying Baalbek to a much older tradition of sky watching and sacred geometry. One theory posits that Baalbek may have once been part of a global network of sacred sites, places where ancient peoples tapped into the rhythms of the cosmos and embedded their beliefs into the earth itself. Sites like the Great Pyramids, Stonehenge, and Teotihuacan share not only astronomical alignments, but echoes of scale and mystery. In this light, Baalbek becomes not an isolated marvel, but part of a forgotten pattern. But still the identity of the builders eludes us. Some alternative historians suggest Baalbek was a landing platform for ancient sky gods or extraterrestrial visitors, a theory fueled by the site's size, its association with the heavens, and the mythic quality of its legends. These ideas are popular in fringe literature, though they remain unaccepted by mainstream archaeology. Yet, even without invoking otherworldly help, Baalbek's foundations stir awe and confusion. Because even the most conservative explanation requires accepting that at some point in the deep past, humans achieved a level of engineering not matched again for thousands of years. What tools did they use? How did they organize labor on such a scale? And why, above all, was such effort poured into the creation of this platform? The answer may lie not in practicality, but in devotion. For ancient builders, temples were not merely places to gather. They were earthly mirrors of the divine. Every stone, every step, every spire was a tribute, a way to anchor heaven to earth. In that view, the grandeur of Baalbek is not excessive. It is appropriate. It is reverent. And yet, reverence does not explain how. As you wander through Baalbek today, you walk a path layered in eras. Roman inscriptions share space with Arabic calligraphy. Christian crosses are carved over faded deities. Columns lie fallen beside olive trees. The site is alive with contrast, a palimpsest of the sacred and the mysterious. But it is in the lower stones, in those impossible megaliths, that the silence grows loudest. They do not speak in languages we can decipher. They do not carry names or dates or dedications. They simply exist, immovable, unyielding, and unmapped by our understanding. As night falls on the Beer Valley and the stars return to their silent watch above, one can't help but feel that the builders of Baalbek, whoever they were, knew something we have forgotten. They understood gravity and balance. They worked not with haste, but with intention. They moved mountains, not metaphorically, but literally, and they left no explanation, only stone, massive, enduring, mysterious. Perhaps the greatest testimony to their genius is not that we remember them, but that their work still refuses to be ignored. Even now, thousands of years later, we stand in their shadow, still wondering, still listening, still trying to understand how stone became memory and how memory became legend. High in the rugged expanse of the Caucasus Mountains, where clouds graze jagged peaks and deep valleys whisper forgotten tales, there stand silent sentinels of stone. They are not castles in the traditional sense. They are not watchtowers of any single known empire. Instead, these Structures, some tall and narrow like spires, others squat and labyrinthine, cling to cliffs, emerge from fog, and hint at an ancient design that predates our written understanding of the region. They are the megalithic fortresses of the Caucasus, mysterious, unyielding, and quietly defiant of time. Stretching across modern-day Georgia, Russia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, the Caucasus Mountains have long been regarded as a crossroads of civilization. Cultures collided here, migrating, trading, and wearing. Myths were born here, too. The Greeks placed the punishment of Prometheus upon a Caucasian peak. The biblical land of Aurora, where Noah's Ark was said to rest, lies within sight of these same ranges. But far older than these stories are the structures that seem to rise from the rock itself. Towering stone keeps some square, some circular, the steep terrain of regions like Svaneti, Ingushetia, and North Ossetia. Many of them were built without mortar, using massive blocks fitted with uncanny precision. Some rise 5 stories high. Others descend in 2. The mountains, like icebergs of stone, and none, are easy to date. Some scholars suggest these structures were built between the 1st millennium BCE and the early Middle Ages. Others, less certain, propose that portions of these towers are far older, possibly predating any known kingdom in the region. And still others suggest an unsettling possibility that the earliest phases of these fortresses belong to a people who lived before the last great cataclysm that ended the Ice Age. In places like Vanak Tower country, so remote it feels, untouched by modernity, you find settlements built vertically into the mountainsides. Dozens of towers, each uniquely shaped and angled, appear woven into the cliffs like the threads of stone tapestry. Narrow slit windows face precise directions. Some towers are positioned in lines, others in triangle-like formations. Theories abound about their use. Watchtowers, sanctuaries, granaries, or signal posts. But the deeper the investigation, the more the mystery grows. Why build so high? Why build in places so remote that, even today, reaching them is a feat of endurance? And who are these builders? Local oral traditions sometimes attribute the towers to supernatural beings, giants, or spirits who once roamed the mountains. In other cases, the towers are said to be the legacy of forgotten ancestors who vanished long before the current inhabitants arrived. The truth may lie somewhere in between myth and memory. What we do know is that the stones themselves seem to defy the limitations of their supposed age. Some are cut with startling symmetry. Others are etched with patterns that resemble no known script or art style. The walls are so finely fit that in many places, even centuries of seismic activity have not dislodged them. In Svaneti, high in the Georgian mountains, a cluster of these towers rises around medieval churches and stone houses. These villages seem to blend different epochs together, prehistoric, medieval, and modern, into a single living museum. The towers have withstood not only time, but avalanches, invaders, and earthquakes. And yet, they remain standing almost as if they were meant to outlast even memory itself. It's tempting to view these towers as isolated anomalies, but when plotted across the entire Caucasus range, a pattern begins to form. Certain alignments appear not only toward key valleys and passes, but toward celestial points. Some towers are angled in such a way that the sun strikes their windows only on the solstice. Others are aligned to the stars, suggesting a kind of sky-watching culture that blended astronomy with architecture. Could these have been more than defensive structures? Were they observatories, temples, or something else entirely? The region's geology offers another clue and another puzzle. Many of the fortresses are built atop highly magnetized bedrock, or near seams of mineral-rich deposits. Some researchers have proposed that the builders may have been drawn to these locations, not just for strategic defense, but for energetic or spiritual reasons. In ancient traditions around the world, from the Andes to Tibet, certain stones and sites were believed to carry power. The Caucasus Towers may be no exception. Then there are the subterranean elements. Beneath some fortresses lie tunnel systems, crude by some standards, yet deliberate and calculated. They twist downward into the rock, sometimes opening into hidden chambers, storage vaults, or what appear to be places of ritual. These underground extensions are often more ancient in appearance than the towers above. Some are so narrow that modern researchers must crawl for meters at a time to reach their end. Why go to such lengths, both upward and downward? What were they guarding? What were they hiding? Local legends offer a haunting answer. According to some tales passed down through generations, the towers were not built to keep enemies out, but to keep something else in. Some towers are said to be cursed, others haunted. In places like North Asia, certain fortresses are avoided even today, their presence seen as eerie or sacred. Yet, these towers were clearly places of life, as well as fear. Archaeological findings include tools, pottery shards, and remnants of hearths. People once lived here, worshipped here, died here. In their walls, time is suspended, neither forgotten nor understood. As we walk among these ruins, now we do so with reverence. The wind moves through narrow windows like a breath from the past. Stones warmed by the sun still hold the memory of hands that placed them, balanced them, believed in them. Each corner turned reveals another unanswered question. And perhaps that is the truest nature of these Caucasus fortresses. They were not built to be understood easily. They were built to last, and in lasting they defy the collapse of history. What little we know about the Caucasus region's earliest civilizations comes from fragments, burial mounds, petroglyphs, and myth. There is evidence of human habitation going back 40,000 years. Could it be that some of these towers are not simply medieval relics, but layered remnants of cultures that reached back to the edge of prehistory? Some propose that these builders were survivors, remnants of a civilization that existed before the floods, before the melting glaciers, before memory reset. When the ice retreated and the seas rose, most traces of these early cultures may have been lost beneath water and silt. But in the Caucasus, where the mountains rise like watchful giants, their handiwork may have survived. It is here, high above the floodplains, where the timeline of civilization becomes blurry, where the question of who we were and how far back our story truly goes becomes urgent. The Caucasus remain untouched by the kinds of tourism that define other ancient sites. There are no admission gates, no gift shops, no carefully lit placards, just stones, just silence, just wind. And yet to stand, there is to feel the presence of something vast, not in size, but in age, in intent, in the quiet hum of forgotten purpose. As stars appear over the Caucasus peaks, casting pale light on towers that have stood longer than most cities have existed, we are left with wonder. Who climbed these heights with stone in hand? Who imagined these forms and placed them with such care? And why across centuries, across cultures, has their story remained so difficult to hear? Perhaps the answers are still hidden among the cliffs and passes. Or perhaps the towers speak only in stone, a language we have not yet remembered how to read. Until then, they remain guardians of a time before time, a world before history, a memory carved in mountain stone, waiting beneath the sunlit waves of the Caribbean. Off the western coast of Cuba lies a silence that has baffled and haunted divers, scientists, and dreamers alike. At first glance, the seafloor appears barren, an undisturbed plain of sediment and coral, home to little more than passing fish and drifting kelp. But when sonar equipment was dragged across the ocean floor in 2001 by a team of marine researchers, something entirely unexpected emerged on the scanning screens. Something geometric, something that should not be there. More than 2,000 feet below the surface, the ocean concealed what appear to be massive stone structures, large rectangular blocks, linear paths, and shapes that mimicked roads and even pyramids. These formations were spread over several square kilometers and appeared to be carefully arranged in patterns far too regular to be natural. The researchers led by Pauline Zalitsky and her husband Paul Weinswig were the first to suggest the unthinkable, that this may be the remnants of an ancient, unknown city. What startled experts even more was the depth to be submerged this far below. Modern sea level. The structures, if man-made, would have had to be built over 10,000 years ago when ocean levels were drastically lower due to glacial ice. That would place their construction well before the known rise of human civilization, long before the pyramids of Egypt, and long before Mesopotamia. We would be peering into a time not of kings and empires, but of early myths and flood stories, the realm of forgotten gods and lost worlds. It was off the tip of the Guanahakabib Peninsula that this mystery began. There, the seabed dips into a steep drop-off, forming a vast underwater terrace that researchers had originally been mapping for potential archaeological evidence of early human migration. Instead, they found stone formations arranged in what looked like grid-like patterns, almost as if a city had once stood there and then slowly sunk into the sea or was swallowed whole by it. Further investigation suggested some of the stones were over 8 feet long and appear to have been cut and stacked, fitting into each other with precision. That reminded some of other megalithic sites around the world. Though no direct evidence of human tools or artifacts has been recovered from the site yet, the sheer scale and unnatural symmetry of the formations continue to raise difficult questions. Could this be a city that predates recorded history? And if so, what happened to its people? Many have drawn comparisons between this submerged site and Plato's descriptions of Atlantis, an advanced civilization lost to the sea in a single night and day of misfortune. While the connection is speculative at best, it has added an undeniable allure to the findings. The idea of a lost world, perhaps even a forgotten continent waiting beneath the waves of the Caribbean, has stirred imaginations across the globe. But the Atlantic isn't the only place where such stories rise like mist from the ocean floor. In fact, flood myths are among the most widespread of all ancient stories, appearing independently in cultures from Sumer to Mesoamerica, from the Aborigines of Australia to the oral traditions of North America's indigenous tribes. Could these myths be echoes of real events? A collective memory of a time when oceans surged, lands were swallowed, and entire civilizations vanished beneath the tide. The Cuban underwater structures add a chilling layer to that possibility. Skeptics, of course, have offered alternative theories. Some suggest that the formations could be natural, a result of seismic activity, fracturing the bedrock, and forming geometric patterns. Over time, others believe the sonar images may be misleading, misrepresenting ordinary rock formations. And yet, the original team remained convinced enough to propose further expeditions, ideally with submersibles equipped with cameras and robotic arms that could retrieve samples, take close-up footage, and determine once and for all whether these formations were shaped by human hands or by nature's invisible chisel. But the waters have proven stubborn. Funding dried up. Permits became entangled in bureaucratic uncertainty. Access to the site was limited by international tensions. And so, like the structures themselves, the truth has remained submerged, visible only in sonar echoes and whispered speculation. What makes this mystery even more intriguing is its location. The Caribbean Basin is geologically complex and historically rich. Its islands have been inhabited for thousands of years, but much of its pre-Columbian history remains a shadow. The proximity of the site to the Yucatan Peninsula, home to the ancient Maya, only adds to the mystery. Could this have been a precursor civilization, a lost culture that passed down whispers of knowledge through time, eventually inspiring the rise of the Olm, the Maya, and others? Then there's the enigma of lost knowledge. Civilizations like the Maya were advanced astronomers, tracking the stars with stunning precision. Their pyramids align with celestial events, and their calendar was more accurate than Europe's Julian calendar for centuries. Could their ancestors have inherited this awareness from a forgotten world submerged beneath the sea? Other parallels have been drawn to the Yanani Monument near Japan, another submerged site of massive stone formations that some believe to be a sunken temple. Like the Cuban anomaly, the Yanani Monument sits beneath the waves in silence. Its origins debated and its purpose unknown. Together, they hint at a broader mystery, that of ancient maritime civilizations, now lost, that may have skirted the edges of what we think we know. The Cuban structures also evoke comparisons with the Bimini Road, a formation of rectangular stones found underwater near the Bahamas. That site, too, has been called everything from natural beach rock to a remnant of Atlantis. What connects all these places is their refusal to fit neatly into the historical timeline. They don't belong, and yet they are there. The structures of Cuba are not visible to the naked eye, hidden as they are beneath layers of water and time, but they linger in the data, in the grainy sonar scans and cautious academic papers. They dwell in the imagination, not quite confirmed, but never fully denied. What kind of people might have lived in such a place? If these structures were built intentionally, then who shaped them? Were they a seafaring society? Did they possess tools we no longer understand? Did their stories pass into myth when the waves came? If the oceans could speak, perhaps they would tell us of a time when human history looked very different, when sprawling cities lined coasts that no longer exist, when temples reached for the stars, and harbors bustled with activity in places now known only to whales and shipwrecks. The submerged city off the coast of Cuba remains unexcavated, unclaimed, and unexplained. It may turn out to be a natural formation, or it may not. That is the quiet tension that keeps the mystery alive, until divers descend again, until robotic arms brush away centuries of sediment, until cameras shine light on what hides in the deep. Its story remains unfinished. Perhaps we're not meant to solve every mystery. Perhaps. Some places are meant to rest. But the mind wanders, doesn't it? It drifts to the edge of possibility, to the soundless void beneath the waves, where the past hums like a forgotten song. It's there in that deep stillness that the story of a lost city waits. Patient, unbothered by debate or disbelief. A riddle laid in stone. A puzzle only the sea remembers. And somewhere off the coast of Cuba, it sleeps still, half buried, half remembered, and entirely real. And now, as the waves settle and the echoes of lost civilizations fade, once more into the deep, we're left with questions that may never be answered. And that's part of the mystery. Whether carved in stone or submerged beneath the sea, these forgotten worlds continue to whisper through time, reminding us how much we've yet to understand. If you've made it this far, thank you for joining me on this long, quiet journey through ancient ruins, vanished empires, and the legends left behind. I hope it brought you a sense of wonder and maybe a little peace. If you'd like more stories like this, slow, strange, and just a bit eerie, don't forget to subscribe. It helps more than you know and ensures you'll never miss another step into the unknown.